Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Eyes on the Audit with Mamabear, and brought to you by Vigilante Media. Hello, everybody. How's everyone? Hey, Daniel, Jap Up, Inferno, how you doing, mate? I'll be dropping a link out soon. We've got a couple of videos to play. I'll be joined by Mamabear in a minute, when she's ready. Here we go.
I was dropping the links.
Yep, I saw you.
I'm pinning links.
So what we got today? We got a show. We got bird flu. We got what else we got?
We've got everything.
We got everything. We got loads of lies, government corruption, conspiracies galore.
Yup.
They're not theories. They're not. Although we don't call them theories anymore. They're conspiracy facts.
Yeah. And the newest one we have just started off with a buying. Let's see if I can pull it up.
Here we go.
Yeah, wrong one.
Wrong page.
Come on. Let's go back over here.
There
we go. We have another plane down.
Bird flu, yes. Boom, that went straight down. Look at that. That was another very expensive fighter jet. I mean, shit, these fucking planes, they're just falling out of the fucking sky. Military planes, yeah?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Military plane.
Military planes don't just fall out of the sky like that.
Let me wind it back. Now we got sound. Yes. It just dropped out of the sky.
A bunch of boats out here. Running patterns or grids or what have you.
This is San Diego. And so the plane, the pilots survived, right?
Both pilots were rescued.
Safely.
And I could be wrong about any or all of this information. That's the word.
Okay.
Another case of bird flu. See, you think it's not? You think it's just the birds?
I have no idea what it is at this point, but too many planes are just going straight down.
Yeah, they normally fly the opposite direction. Usually.
Yeah.
Or when they do come down, they don't normally come like.
That is breaking news. It just happened. That just happened just a little bit ago. The plane that went down, it just happened about an hour and a half ago.
Yep. And what was the reasoning for the last one that fell out of the sky? What did they tell us?
The fighter jet.
Yeah.
That I haven't heard yet.
So they haven't told us about that. I mean, you see how weird it is, right? I mean, usually they know the answer and they tell us straight away. They got this one, fighter jet falls out the sky. Oh, look, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, right? And then, another one falls out of the sky. What are they going to say? Oh, Elon Musk has done something again, right?
Yeah, probably.
What about these planes, man? What the fuck's going on with these planes? How do military planes costing millions and tens of millions and for each one of these fuckers, right? How do they just fall out of the sky like that?
I have no clue. And that was a special plane.
the fighter jet. I mean, these are supposed to be state of the art fighter jet. We got the best in the world. No one fucks with our fighter jets, and they just fall out of the sky like that. And not just, like randomly, out of the blue. No, like fucking, it's like an everyday occurrence now, isn't it? Almost. It's like fucking planes are falling out of the sky like fucking confetti.
Yep. And that was in the EA-18G Brawler military fighter.
Planes are falling out of the sky like confetti. But, oh, look. Doge. They're cutting. They found some more. Shocker. They found some more corruption.
Oh, God.
Shocker.
Lots of corruption. Lots and lots of corruption. But you know what? We know of one that this morning he beat him. He beat them this morning.
Oh, you're talking about Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to play? You want to play that one first?
Might as well.
Okay, let's go.
Put your hands on your back, okay?
How am I trespass banned?
There's multiple reports about you.
As we know, there wasn't multiple reports of me being told to leave.
I have a whole file. You see it, Sean Reyes?
The police department, I mean, they did have a file with your name on it, had a plan here.
So you already have statements already written out?
Okay, yeah. Marching orders.
That this is how we're going to get him.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. We the people have done it yet again. We have defeated the corrupt and tyrannical Nassau County District Attorney's Office, as well as Police Commissioner Patrick Psycho Ryder. None of this would have been possible without my good friend and amazing attorney, Jacob Uriel. Let's bring him in now. Hey, Jacob, thank you for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure to be here, Sean.
Before we get into your breakdown and your legal analysis of exactly what happened in this case, I want to remind our audience exactly which unlawful arrest we're talking about, because we're 3-0, so there's been 3 of them, but this is the most recent one, so let's take a look back and refresh our memory.
Put your hands on your back, okay?
How am I trespass banned?
There's multiple reports about you. Okay, please put your hands on your back.
How? I'm not resisting.
Do you have anything on you that could poke a friction?
I have nothing that can hurt you.
Thank you so much.
Give me the camera. They have a whole file. You see it, Sean Reyes? Okay.
I was mixed up at first.
So I'm not being arrested for
You're being
trespassing.
arrested for that particular code.
So you already have statements already written out?
Okay, yeah. Marching orders.
So you're aware that your police commissioner was arrested for police brutality, official misconduct, and perjury?
No.
You tell Ryder I said hi.
I talked to him, I will.
You guys can't take off the handcuffs? I'm in a jail cell. Why do the handcuffs still need to be on?
Listen, this is above my head.
All right, Jacob, now that we have refreshed everyone's memory on the incident in question, let's break it down legally. So there was a court hearing set for February 6th. On that court date, all of the charges against me were dismissed for illegal impediment. That's the contempt of court, Class A misdemeanor. That is the criminal trespass, a Class C misdemeanor, as well as the trespass violation. So why is it that you think that it was dismissed? And it was dismissed on consent of the Nassau County District Attorney. They agreed to dismiss the charges against me. That doesn't sound like the Nassau County District Attorney that I know, especially when they have Patrick Psycho Ryder, the police commissioner of Nassau County, pulling all the strings from behind the scenes. So what do you think happened?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to know why we were scheduled for court that day. The purpose of the court appearance was to set a motion schedule. On the last court date, the government, the DA's office, had sent over the discovery. And then the judge gave everybody a few weeks to review the discovery to prepare for motions. Now, I had told the judge that it was my intention to file a motion to dismiss. Obviously, I told the DA also that it was our intention to file a motion to dismiss. So she had adjourned it for a few weeks to look at discovery, so everybody familiarized themselves with the discovery. And then to set what's called the motion schedule. And if you don't know what that means, it basically means where the judge will say, okay, Mr. Uriel, you've got to get your motion in by this date. ADA, you've got to respond by this date. I'll have a decision by this date, and we'll come back to court on that date, right? That's a motion schedule. So that's what we're there for. And the DA's office said, well, you know what? We're going to agree to dismiss it based on their belief that there is a legal impediment to conviction. That's what they said. And who are we to say no to a dismissal? It's
Right.
for that reason.
Right. And funny thing to note is that I wasn't at the court date, and neither was Jacob. I was in the district court in the town of Brookhaven dealing with $75,000 in retaliatory fines. I'm going to be making a video on that coming shortly, so stay tuned to the channel.
So I was actually not in court. Also, as you know, I had a different case that I had to be at. So instead, I sent a colleague of mine, very good lawyer in Nassau County, David Adami. He went there, and he was simply going to reiterate that motion that I wanted. And they said, well, we're going to consent to dismiss it. So he called me up. We had a conference, and case was dismissed.
Right. So the legal impediment, what is the legal impediment according to us? What is our position that the legal impediment is? Because a lot of our viewers are not going to understand why did the Nassau County, and I don't think we even really understand why the Nassau County District Attorney's Office agreed to dismiss the charges. But what is a legal impediment?
So in order to have the case dismissed, there's a specific law under the criminal procedure law that talks about different reasons you can dismiss a case. One of those reasons is called a jurisdictional or legal impediment. And really, jurisdiction doesn't apply in this case because jurisdiction would be for those of you who don't know, it's like if a crime happened in Queens County and then Nassau County arrested you and then they tried to charge you in Nassau. That's a jurisdictional issue where the court enters. That's not right. Nassau. So the only other option is legal impediment. And every single time where we file our motions to dismiss, we mention that there's a legal impediment to prosecution. And what we say is, and this is, what our argument was probably going to be, I'm pretty sure it was going to be, is two things prevent prosecution here. One is the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, specifically freedom of press, freedom of speech. And two is the New York State Right to Monitor Act, which pretty much allows you without inhibition to film law enforcement in the course of their duties. So that's sort of our position on why the case should have been dismissed primarily, and why we've sought to dismiss all these cases. And so they didn't specifically agree to the Constitution or the Right to Monitor Act, but they did agree to that reasoning, the legal impediment. So they may have had a different idea of what legal impediment means, but that's our position as to what it means.
Of course, that's our position, that the legal impediment would be the United States Constitution. You wrote many motions for me in the past in Nassau County against the Nassau County District Attorney's Office, where you have cited that statute and you have been referencing the Constitution, First Amendment, as well as the New York State Right to Monitor Act. So why is it that you think that the district attorney decided to dismiss this case on a legal impediment? Like, they might not agree with our legal impediment. We might not agree on what the legal impediment is, but they still dismissed it on consent, meaning that they agreed for the case to be dismissed. Why is it that you think that happened? That's not typical of Nassau County. They fight us to the very end, especially, again, when you're dealing with Patrick Psycho Ryder. They fight this all the way. So what made this case different, do you think?
Sean, just as a reminder, we were there that day after having had a 2-week adjournment, or longer than 2 weeks, to look at the discovery. So my gut is telling me, and I can't speak for the DA's office, that they had a chance to look at the discovery. And they realized that, one, you were never told to leave, right? You can't have a trespass. Forget everything else, right? Everything else that we could talk about with the legality of the Constitution. If you were never asked to leave, or you were never served with a trespass notice, you can't be trespassed, right? So that's in any kind of building. So they didn't have the trespass charges. They just didn't. And the other part was that court order part. And you were never served with a court order. There was no court order given to you. So I think when they looked at the actual discovery and actually went through the case, I think they kind of realized they didn't even have the basics, and they just couldn't go forward. So I think that's why they dismissed it.
So what you're saying is that they didn't have the elements needed. And I mentioned that many times in the actual video of the audit. I was never trespassed and I've never been told to leave. How am I being arrested for trespass? And he says there's multiple reports and everything else. As we know, there wasn't multiple reports of me being told to leave or anything of that nature. And again, I was never served with any sort of court order. So what you're basically saying is they had no case and they realized they had no case. Again, we're not speaking for the Nassau County District Attorney, but that's our belief, is that I tend to agree with Jacob that they realized they had zero case whatsoever regarding any of the charges they had levied against me. So they decided to just go ahead and wave the white flag, be done with it, dismiss it on consent. Do you think, I thought this was very interesting, Jacob, during the court proceedings, we got a different judge in part 5 of the Nassau County District Court. She was very cordial to everyone, the DA's office, as well as both you and I. Very cordial, very respectful, seemed to be very critically thinking when it came to this case. And the judge had even mentioned, and I'm not saying this just because the judge dismissed my charges. I've been saying this since day one. Jacob, you know that. I've been saying this judge seems like a very fair judge, a very wise judge, and very respectful judge. And she had said in court, off the record, basically, as she's looking at the charges, she had told the district attorney something to the effect of, I really don't see the contempt charge. So when a judge does that, why does a judge do that? And is that typical for a judge to do that in court cases for people who don't really enter courtrooms? And do you think that played any part in the district attorney dismissing the case?
So I do think, a part of a judge's job is to kind of mediate between the parties, right? And that's in any kind of case, civil or criminal. So it's not uncommon for a judge to give you their initial impression of the case, often encouraging a lawyer to go back and look at a case a little bit more carefully. So I think more than that, though, the contempt charge is something that's very near and dear to judges, right? Because what you're basically saying is you're violating a court order. So a judge is probably the best person to say, is this a court order or not? And the judge has a lot of interest, because look, and I'll tell you right now, if you ever violate an order of protection where a judge says stay away from your ex-wife or whatever, and you don't do that, you're in trouble, right? Because the judge is going to really hate that.
Call Jacob.
You're going to be taking it personally, right? Just like, and I hate to make the analogy, but if your kid does something that you're not happy with, okay, maybe you punish them. But if you told them not to do something, I told you, isn't it different, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, it is different.
Right.
And again, no judge ever told me not to do it.
Exactly. And that's, I think, where the judge is like, look, I never told him. I don't see anything in your allegations that any judge told him anything. And you're trying to, come before the court saying that you violated a court order. Who better but a judge to feel like that's not the appropriate charge? It's a very important charge to the whole workings of the judiciary. If you water down contempt, if you make it something it's not, then I think the judges lose. So I do think it was, and again, I can't get into anyone's mind. I'm just kind of telling you what my gut is telling me.
Right. And listen, Jacob, and that's actually a really interesting perspective that, contempt of court is something normally a judge finds you in contempt of court. The DA, people don't know this, the DA can charge you, as you've seen with me, they can charge you with contempt of court under certain circumstances. This is not one of them, obviously. And I think the judge saw that this wasn't one of those circumstances where you can charge somebody with contempt of court. And the judge was just trying to make it known that, listen, this doesn't seem right on its face based on the information that you provided to the court. You provided these charges. We've been saying this since arraignment. I said, it was my position. I was like, Jacob, we got to get this thing dismissed at arraignment. And you definitely tried your hardest to get it dismissed at arraignment. And that judge was like, he kind of hinted that he didn't see it either. He didn't agree that, but you kind of got the feeling that he didn't really see it either. And he was just like, I'm just going to pass this off to the next judge. And then that judge recused themselves because they recused themselves in a previous case of mine. And we eventually landed on this judge that we have now. And again, very grateful, did a great job, great public servant. I think she was very cordial. She was very respectful to me. Even I was in the courtroom for hours beforehand, and I saw the way she interacted with other defendants and, other counsel. And I thought she did a great job. And again, not because she dismissed my case, because technically the DA agreed to dismiss my case. So yeah, she dismissed it, but the DA agreed to dismiss it based on everything we talked about already. They had no case. That's what it really comes down to. So Jacob, where do we go from here?
First of all, I'm thankful the DA's office agreed to dismiss it without forcing a long and drawn out motion. But if I had to take a guess, though, I don't think the DA was ever really very excited about this case, right? They didn't try to do some weird ex parte discovery thing. They didn't seek 1,000 orders of protection against you, barred you from half of Nassau County, right? Right from the beginning.
It's a lot different this time. You're right.
It's a lot different right from the get-go. And, part of me feels like the police department, I mean, they did have a file with your name on it, had a plan here that this is how we're going to get him. I think the plan didn't go the way it was supposed to. I think the DA's office, and again, I'm just guessing here, had a clue right from the beginning that this was a weak case, waited to review the discovery, saw the body cam, saw that, again, they saw it on your video, but maybe you edited it, maybe you're a wizard at changing things. They saw the body, they saw what happened. And I think that, they made a decision that whatever the police department wanted here wasn't even an imaginary crime. There's just nothing that they could say, and I think they did the right thing, and I'm glad they dismissed it now instead of forcing the judge to make a decision. Because really, as a prosecutor, if you don't think there's a case, you're supposed to drop it. That's
right. That's it. But knowing Nassau County, we've dealt with them before. It's our position that they should have dismissed all the cases that were brought against me, both unlawful arrests. But again, I do
the right thing.
All right. I am appreciative that they did the right thing. I think it's in their best interest to do the right thing, and it's their job. It is their obligation to do the right thing and uphold the law and uphold our constitutional rights. So that being said, I think that's it's a great point that you made about there was not 8 order protections, stayaways against police officers and government officials this time. They didn't send you 2 big boxes of paper discovery because they didn't want the discovery on the internet, and apparently a court order wasn't good enough, the ex parte. There was a lot of funny business going on in the previous cases we had with the Nassau County District Attorney's Office. This one was more streamlined. It was very simple. It just seemed like, everything was going, normally. There was no extracurricular activities, right? This was just, okay, court date, motion schedule. And before we can even get the motion schedule, before you can even write a motion, they're agreeing to dismiss it, based on this legal impediment.
Sure this judge would have agreed to that kind of discovery rule. Honestly, just see.
Right. I don't think so either.
Yeah,
I don't think so either. But again, we don't know. But I don't think so either. I don't think she would have had ex parte meeting with them. I don't know. I don't think it's something that warrants that. But again, I appreciate the judge for doing the right thing and being very respectful and professional throughout the whole proceedings. The district attorney, Dana, I know you watch. Dana Grossblatt, the deputy district attorney. It's never personal, Dana. We see each other a lot in court, and I always say hi to her. Never once ever personal. It's just it's my freedom at stake here, and I believe I'm engaging in constitutionally and statutory protected activity. I think that she listens to Patrick Ryder a little too much. That's my thing. I think that's what's going on here. Patrick Ryder, and I'm pretty sure I would love to be a fly in the wall in the police department headquarters when they figured out that the case got dismissed, because I was told by my sources that Patrick Ryder was telling these people, hey, you messed up my arrest. You saw the file that they had. You heard the officer say, these are marching orders. This is above my head. He alluded to the whole time that this has nothing to do with me, man. I'm just listening to my bosses and arresting you for Title 22, whatever it says here on the paper. I thought it was a trespass. Again, it's ridiculous what happened. And hopefully they get held accountable. Now that the case has been dismissed, where do we go from here? I know you're dealing with a lot of other things. We have the Schenectady appeal we're dealing with. We have the Brooklyn appeal we're dealing with. But there is a statute of limitations on federal lawsuits. So where do we go from here?
Well, I think the next step is we have plenty of time on the statute of limitations. We wrap up some of the other appeal stuff that we're dealing with, as you mentioned, and then we sit down and we write a lawsuit.
Right. I mean, conspiracy. I would love to discovery in this, depositions. I think it's going to be a lot of fun deposing Patrick Ryder, deposing all these, police officers, getting the discovery, emails, whatever documentation. I recently found out, I don't know if I told you this, Jacob, I recently found out that I have a BOLO, in the Nassau County Police Department. They have a be on the lookout for Sean Paul Reyes with my picture on it regarding my recording. I found that out through somebody else's federal lawsuit that they have filed. So that was interesting to know. Apparently, you know, some wanted guy or be on the lookout, some dangerous criminal. But definitely a federal lawsuit is on the way. Stay tuned to the channel. You won't want to miss it. Jacob, thank you so much for being here today. And thank you so much for being such a great advocate for me in the court. You've done an amazing job. We are 3-0 in Nassau County. We have beaten Brooklyn. You know, we have a lot of wins together, but 3-0. I feel like Michael Jordan, you know, when he did the first three-peat, you know, we did it. You know, it wasn't over emotion this time. They gave up, essentially. They conceded. But a win is a win, and I'll take it. And I couldn't have done it without you, Jacob. If you ever need any legal services, please contact Jacob Uriel. He has my full support and endorsement. He handles criminal cases in New York and New Jersey. Make sure to go look him up. Thank you, Jacob, again. I appreciate it.
Again, always a pleasure, Sean.
Thank you. All right, fellow Patriots, as always, none of these victories are possible without each and every one of your support. It's truly appreciated. We will continue to fight. We will never give up. I will be posting a video coming shortly on this channel regarding the $75,000 in retaliatory fines that the town of Brookhaven, the town that I was born and raised in, is leveling against me in retaliation for my First Amendment rights. So stay tuned to the channel. You won't want to miss it. As always, stay safe. God bless. I'll see you in the next video. Long Island Audit. Peace.
I wonder the fallout from this. Hopefully he gets sacked. He'll probably retire before he gets sacked anyway, so he can keep his pension. Oh, we've lost Mamabear. What happened there? Oh, wow. StreamYards is glitching badly, guys. Sorry. There you go. StreamYard's glitching out on me, Marvin.
It's glitching out on me too. Because it just kicked me right.
Yeah.
My camera. It took my camera and put it on something else. And I don't have anything else on it. Oh. But that, yes, Long Island, Nassau County is something else. Totally something else. What audit did you have?
I was going to do I Am Free.
Go ahead. We haven't done him in a while.
All right. Just a moment. Yeah.
So you know what to do. You can go to the links in the description for Cash App and Venmo. Thanks for watching as always and supporting my journalism. I'll see you guys over there in just a moment.
Excuse me. Do you know where I can find, I mean, I can see the chancellor's not in, the executive assistant for the chancellor? Sure. Oh, sure. Yeah, no sweat. Hey, Andrew.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. Can I help you
Yeah, I was,
Get
well,
some-
ultimately looking for the chancellor. See if she's not there.
Yeah, she's off campus.
Yeah. So who's next after her?
The president is unfortunately also off campus as well today.
Who's next with him after him?
The vice president of learning and student success. I do not know where his.
That's the lady I ran across.
We have two.
Oh, okay.
So we have one at each campus, one for
I
the
see.
PL campus and one for the Fort Silicon
And
campus.
okay, well, yeah, is she available or he? I don't know.
I can go see if he's available. Yeah.
That'd be great.
All right.
What was his name?
Ilder.
Ilder.
Bentoncourt Lopez. Yeah.
His first name is Ilder.
Ilder. Yes.
And what's his last name?
Bentoncourt Lopez.
Bentoncourt Lopez. Gotcha.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. I'll be right back and I'll let you know.
All right. Thanks.
Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hello. So Ilder's door was shut, so I went to check. It looks like he's unavailable until 5. Is there something that I can help you with?
Well, I'm here to address the issue that occurred with Dean Letts. What was the vice president's name again over there? Learning and Education.
Yuritsi
Yuritsi what?
Lozano.
Lozano. That's
Mhm.
right. So her, and then the security officer. I'd like to get the name of the security officer so I can file a complaint on each of them.
Okay.
And then I would like to find where the public records officer is, since I was told by you it was here.
Yep.
And inspect the index.
So I am the designated, at least for right now, because my public records officer is out. So I can.
Oh, you're the pro.
Well, they report to me.
Fair enough. That is
Sure.
in fact how that works. So,
Yeah.
So I'd like to just inspect the index.
Okay. I am working on it. Can I print it out for you?
Well, okay. So just to be clear, because I don't
Sure.
want to obviously blow through a whole bunch of paper that doesn't need to be blown through.
Sure.
So the index could, if you guys were just trying to be the, Eagle Scout Award winner of the year,
Yep.
print every document.
Sure.
But the index is just supposed to be a listing that shows the name of it.
Uh-huh.
So that I would imagine should only be.
I've been working on it,
Like
so if I
5
can
or
print
10
it out and we can take a look. I've
Sure.
been working on it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, there you go, guys. Now, I don't want to bust the chops of Vice President Glass here. Okay, honestly, he's the best employee I've run across yet at Pierce College. He earnestly seems interested in resolving this problem. He's actively working on it right now. What does that prove? They're out of compliance. So John Clark, Assistant Attorney General for Education. This is something you dang well know, John, has been out of compliance for, let me check, since 1973. We all know this. I proved in the Healthcare Authority, John, at the Healthcare Authority, the value of the index. I was able to get that teleworking policy in 10 minutes. To inspect the public records index.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
And I was wondering if I could speak to the pro. So no matter how lawyerly someone wants to try to spin this, it ain't going to win the day with the fact that I proved with that records index being provided by the Healthcare Authority that is in fact exactly what it's supposed to be like and how valuable it is. So this isn't some antiquated tool that is to be tossed to the dustbin. The only reason an agency would not want that index to be present and available is because it allows for maximum transparency. And let's face it, for all my viewers, the Washington state government hates transparency a lot.
You want to sit or?
Is there like a tall countertop or something we could go to? That'd be handy. I thought I saw there's one over here.
Okay. So here's what we got. So we have our WAC that essentially says the same thing, right? So the Washington Administrative Code that's specific for Pierce College. Our public records section is 132K-276 -130, right? I think it's pretty consistent.
Yep.
So as we move through this, essentially says, here's our index, we'll review it. This is for these are kind of the dissenting opinions that we have. Most of these came from PERC, which is the employee
labor fair practice.
Yep.
stuff
So we've got those.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I appreciate working on this because actually after the nightmare encounter that I had with your employees over at Puyallup, yesterday I received over 60 tips and leads from students all over the state from pretty much almost every campus.
Really? Okay.
Saying that they're having a variety of issues ranging from just rude employees, not being helpful, to out and out just straight up denying public records.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying that's necessarily the case with Pierce, but the ones that took me to Pierce, well, I mean, it turned out the way that you saw it turned out. But that being said, it's really opened up a Pandora's box. And I think being blunt, I'm not trying to be rude, but being blunt, a lot of the younger generation don't really have a lot of understanding of civics these days. And so I don't think they often understand the questions to ask.
Sure.
And not understanding the system, they sort of feel like they're in the middle of the Pacific floating and swimming and whatnot.
Sure.
So after what a lot of them have said is after reviewing my stories about the Public Records Act, the index, open government transparency, that kind of stuff, they're now starting to ask different questions. And so that's why they came to me. And
gotcha.
That's why I'd like to see. So I really appreciate you putting this together.
Yeah.
This is a good thing right here. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So these are all of our board policies.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yep. So just a huge list. Yep.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's good.
And so on the first part, there's like the board, the specific board policies, and then these are the college policies.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
There we go. So when I'm looking at this right here, administration, and I see these, are those actual documents that I would say, hey, Vice President Glass, I would like access to college security video and images policy.
Yes.
That is the policy.
Yeah. So on, can I flip the page back? Okay.
Absolutely.
So right here is the link, right? Because there's so many, like you said, we may not want to like kill trees for no reason.
Sure.
But these are certainly available here. So you could go there and click on them yourself, or if there was any that you wanted to see, I can certainly go print those for you.
Now, when you're done with the index, whatever that is, are you going to have it consolidated in one spot where everything is?
So yeah, because we've got two campuses, right? I want to create a binder like you were talking about when we first met, and have them at locations at both campuses. So then anybody could come and request these. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you by chance seen my story that involved the healthcare authorities index? Have you seen their?
I have not.
I would like, if you're open to it, because it'll take about 20 seconds once I get to it. I'd like to show you what theirs is like. Now, granted, they've gone the extra mile to literally print the documents. I'm not saying you should do that.
Okay.
I mean, sure, it'd be super helpful because I was able to get my records request done in 10 minutes.
Gotcha.
But it's a perfect example of what actually the index is supposed to accomplish.
Okay.
Because imagine, if your analysts, your public records officer don't have to actually do this. They can just say, hey, what are you looking for? And they say, well, I'm looking for the access to college security video and images policy. By requesting that analyst can get that to that person in 10 minutes.
Sure.
Just email it to them. They're done. Records request done.
Sure.
No installments. No dragging it out. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that'd be good. Okay. So we got board stuff right there. Board policies.
Yep.
And this is all that. It just continues on right there, right?
Yeah. Yep. Take care.
Administrative staff manuals and instructions to staff that affect the members of the public. Okay, so that's just not done. You're still working on it.
Well, so this essentially points to our board minutes, because that's where all the board action would be taken.
That's the administrative staff manuals?
Well, instruction to staff.
Sure, but what about the administrative staff manuals?
So my understanding, as it relates to the public, that's where the board would come into play.
No, so if you look, the thing about this right here, if you reference the earlier portion outside of section 130, you'll see that in section 1, when you look at the printed out, what it will say is it's referencing Title 34 of the Revised Codes of Washington, which is the Administrative Procedures Act.
Yeah.
So the administrative staff manuals may have referenced material, or may have material that's produced by the board by way of policies or interpretive statements that get included in staff manuals.
Okay.
But the staff manuals, think of, for example, when I was giving you the jocularly entertaining example of whatever I said, it was something like the HR manual of great fun times. Or sure. So, for example, hypothetically,
sure,
you may have an administrative manual called Human Resources, Hours of Operations, and Great Fun Times at Work. I don't know that's what it's called.
Sure.
That would be potentially a staff manual.
Okay.
Those are supposed to be able to be inspected by the public because we want to understand how it is that the college is managing the administration.
Gotcha.
And so that would be that.
Okay.
It's not to say that the board wouldn't have that stuff in there.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
Now also on the instructions to staff that affect a member of the public, again, pointing there is not producing a central index though. It's just saying, go to this location.
Okay.
And the point, which you'll see in a minute with
Okay.
the video I show you.
Sure.
Planning policies and goals. Yeah, again, same thing. It's like supposed to all just be located. Now, the actual, oh, you know what, let me get my copy here.
And so, because I got first,
So what it's saying here is, and it's well written, to all persons, a current index which provides identifying information as to the following record. So what it's doing is just indexing the actual names of them. So kind of like what you had with the Board of Trustees policies.
Gotcha.
It would list all the staff manuals, all the interpretive statements, all that kind of
Okay.
stuff. So, and then, you know, going down the line here, I just wanted to see what else there was.
Sure.
So factual staff reports and studies, scientific reports and studies. So all of those scientific reports and studies and consultants reports and studies and all that's here.
Yeah, they're contained within that we've got. Yeah.
Okay.
So like our any surveys on that deal with students and that kind of thing
Gotcha.
that are broad, the broad kind of studies and surveys.
And those will be listed and pulled into a central index? Because that's not a central index right there.
Sure.
That's just linking to other places. And the idea here is what I've been getting from students is saying they feel like they got to go all over the place to find this stuff.
Mhm.
It's really difficult for them to
Okay.
navigate it. That's just what I'm getting from them.
Okay.
And that's their statements.
Gotcha.
To me.
Gotcha.
Let's see, correspondence materials referred to in. So what about that stuff? Because that's also quite a lot of stuff. Correspondence materials referred to therein by and with the agency relating to any regulatory, supervisor, enforcement responsibilities of the agency, whereby the agency determines or opines upon or is asked to determine or opine upon the rights of the state, the public, and subdivision of state government or any private party.
Mhm.
You don't have any of those?
Not currently that I've got on in the index.
Gotcha. So there are
So
some. You just have.
I think I'm working on it and
Right.
trying to get some
Okay.
clarity there. Yeah.
No. I mean, this is good. I'm just reporting on this. I'm trying to understand, and I think this is good to show that the college vis-a-vis you is, you know, working on this.
Yep.
So. Okay.
And this is just notice of, and then how to submit a public record.
Sure. Okay.
So-
Let me do this. I will pull this up.
Okay.
And I'll be able to show you. Okay.
And I don't. Yeah.
Is there a place I can show this to you?
We can go up to the library. You can send me a link. That would be fine
We can go
too.
to the library. Okay, I gotta get one of these monitors.
I was wondering if I could speak to the pro.
Oh.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Go. Form of openly transparent government agency activate.
So what you're seeing there
Mhm.
is, oh, I need to show you the other part. There's one other relevant part here. So you see the records index.
Mhm.
It's just centralized right there. Okay. So as you can see with these tabulations,
I'm coming out here with the healthcare authority. As you can see, index of significant decisions, interpretive statements, policies, all that. That is exactly what these agencies
Now,
are supposed to
to
have.
be clear,
So Governor Inslee and Governor
and I think
Ferguson.
John Clark, your assistant attorney general, would agree because he's always going to look for the easiest way out for everybody. So basically, that's it right there.
Okay.
As far as the complaint against Dean Lett, Vice President Lozano, I would like to get some follow-up if I can by email to know what kind of training is going to happen. Is this going to happen again? Obviously, you guys aren't losing your minds here. We're having a nice, normal conversation.
Sure.
If I go back at some point to the Puyallup campus, are they just going to call the cops on me again to try to escalate it to violence or something?
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's good.
I don't believe so.
I prefer not to have those kinds of encounters.
Sure.
All right. Well, I think, did I give you my email address?
You did not. So I would be happy to take it.
Yeah. Is there a pen or something you can find around here somewhere? Or if you just want to text yourself,
I
or
can text
whatever.
Yeah, let me text myself.
Sure.
So got it. Or actually, let me grab a pen. I just
Sure. You bet. All right, guys. So what you can see here is Vice President Glass there. I think he's working very hard on this. Actually, I think the Vice President is working hard to get this going. I showed him an example with the Healthcare Authority story that I was covering, what the index should look like. I think he's working hard to make this happen. So this is good.
All right.
Okay, so it's
Can I
just
get you to write it? Or?
Sure.
Okay.
No, that's
I just
fine.
don't want to get it wrong.
Oh, that's fine.
All right.
There you go. Just inlet auditing media at protonmail.com.
Okay.
All right. So I also wanted to throw in here that the recording of this story right here for production is February 4th. Yesterday, February 3rd, I received an email with a letter from Interim Vice President Human Resources for the Pierce College District, Dina Forsyth, explaining to me the following. Dear concerned citizen, Andrew Glass informed me of the formal verbal complaint that you made with him on January 29th, 2025, and I am following up as the Interim Vice President for Human Resources at Pierce College. I understand your complaint involving our staff, Campus Safety Officer Kyrie Anderson, Dean of Holistic Supports James Lett, and Vice President for Learning and Student Success Yuritsi Lozano, surrounds their behavior and responses during your interactions with them on January 23rd, 2025 at the Pierce College Puyallup campus. Pierce College is committed to addressing complaints and using the information to improve. Please be assured that we are reviewing all applicable policies and determining training opportunities that may benefit our employees. While personnel actions, including any disciplinary decisions, are confidential, we take your complaint seriously and will use this opportunity to educate our employees and to improve going forward. I think this is a good step forward to hopefully contend with the issue that occurred so that it does not happen again in the future. We'll have to see as things go forward, but that's the most current update from the Pierce College School District.
All right, take care, man.
You too.
Have a good day.
You too. Pardon me.
All right, everyone. Well, as you can see there, that was very successful. I filed a complaint against Kyrie, Dean Lett, and Vice President Lozano. I'm going to follow up with Vice President Glass, see what's been done to address it. I really do believe, comment below what you think, that the Vice President's taking it seriously. He was very willing to listen. We had a nice, cordial conversation, as frankly we did the first time. There was nothing untoward, rude, inappropriate, nothing bad at all with Vice President Glass. It was the officious, rude, impudent behavior of Vice President Lozano and Dean Lett. Those two administrators were unbelievably horrible. And the fact that security officer Kyrie called people with weapons is just unbelievable. You know, a lot of times these universities like to take a position of, I mean, we've seen it all over the United States. They like to take a position of not having the police involved and all that. But as soon as you offend their sensibilities, not even the law, you offend their sensibilities, their feelings, then all of a sudden they're going to be the first to call people with weapons to include up to utilizing violence against you to remove you from your property, which is outrageous. But hey, I really liked Vice President Glass's response there at the end too, where he said, hey, we're a learning institution, we're learning. I thought that was a great comment from the Vice President. So this is a good thing to see here, and I think he's a good representative for speaking on behalf of the college. I don't think it really could have gone any better. I think you look at someone like Vice President Lozano or Dean Lett, you're just going to get quiet, seething rage instead of putting their best foot forward and trying to do what Vice President Glass did. So comment below what you think about Vice President Glass. I think he's a stand-up guy. I think he's working hard to solve the problem. and come into compliance with state law for transparency for our records. So if you like my journalism, please show it by liking, sharing, and subscribing. Making sure you also hit that all notifications bell so you get my stories right in the release. You can follow me on X at I Am Free Auditing, on Facebook at Inland Auditing Media.
Did you see what I put in back chat?
Yeah, you want to play it? You want to give me a link? I'll play it if you want.
The only place I'm finding it is on X right now. But I can play just a tidbit of it, of where she said she is going to here we go.
We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. We're here today.
Oh. Is that just a teaser?
Yeah, that's a teaser. I'm looking for it right now. I'm looking for her press conference right now. I got it.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry we were a little bit late. I was in the West Wing Spring.
Audio is really bad, isn't it?
So I just came straight back here. So thanks.
Yeah.
You're not sharing the audio through the browser tab. You're sharing it through your mic.
Because we have filed charges against the state of New
Oh,
York.
you are
We
sharing
have
it through
filed
your mic.
charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. As you know, we sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them. With me today, I'm so proud to be joined by Tammy Nobles. Tammy is an angel mom. Her beautiful daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered by an MS-13 member in 2022. Kayla had just turned 20 years old, and she was raped and murdered by someone who should not have been in our country. Yet he was released, flown to Maryland, where he committed this violent murder. I just want you to hear from Tammy. Tammy represents not only herself and her family, but all of the great angel moms around this country who have suffered because of what the Biden administration did, and it is over. Thank you for having me here today and being able to share Kayla's story. Her murderer was able to come across the border knowing that he was flagged as an MS-13 gang member, and he had a criminal record in 2020 in El Salvador for illicit gang activity. He came over as an unoccupied alien child
saying that he was afraid of gang activity in his country. Health and Human Services called him a nice boy, and he showed age-appropriate behavior. That fell so wrong when he murdered my daughter. He ended up in Maryland, where he was able to rent a room in the same mobile home as her. We thought it was a legit company that were renting out these rooms, but it turned out that it was another illegal immigrant who owned these mobile homes. And he knew Walter from El Salvador. He knew him and allowed him to rent a room with my child. Kayla just turned 20 years old 3 days before she was murdered. Her murderer was only living there for 5 days before he viciously strangled her, raped her, and left her on the floor like trash and robbed her of $6. I have been sharing her story for over 2.5 years to bring change, because this should have not have ever happened to Kayla, and it shouldn't be happening to other families being hurt by the border. Homeland Security did not do their jobs. They did not check his background. You know, they did say that he was processed. So if they processed him, they knew that he was a gang member and still allowed him here. Health and Human Services did not verify the sponsor and allowed him to go with the sponsor that they don't even know if it was his cousin or his aunt. And he was able to leave the sponsor's house to go live wherever he wanted. And I am going to continue sharing Kayla's story to help save others and to bring awareness of what was happening under the Biden-Harris administration. And I'm so thankful for Pam having me here today. And I'm so thankful for the opportunities I got from Trump and any other platform, people who allowed me to share her story, because this is going to end. No other parent should suffer by having their child murdered by somebody that shouldn't be here. And I'm gonna continue, sharing it, and for Kayla, and also for others. Thank you.
And it's my understanding that he also admitted to other murders, correct? Multiple murders.
He wrote a letter, and was intercepted in jail that he committed 4 murders and 2 rapes.
And that's who we were letting walk into our country. And that's why President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois, strike 1. Strike 2 is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next, get ready. And the great men and women of law enforcement are standing behind me today. We have FBI, DEA, ATF agents. They put their lives on the line every single day to protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York, where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you. Questions?
We have time for a few questions. David Spott with Fox News.
Madam Attorney General, thank you and welcome to the Justice Department.
Thank you.
I have a quick on-topic and a quick off-topic
Sure.
question. On-topic, in your executive order or in your orders on the first day you were here, you talked about working with the Justice Department or these sanctuary cities, as you say, will be punished. Today you're putting people on notice. Right now, we're just lawsuits. Is this going to go further? What kind of punishment are we talking about? Is there any grounds to charge individuals, charge politicians? How far is this going to go?
Well, we're going to see what they do next, David. We have sued them all. We personally sued the governor, the attorney general, Letitia James, and Mark Schroeder with DMV because he has the green light laws. So what they have to do, they have to start complying with federal law. If they don't, we're going to appeal it and we will win. They have to comply with federal law. Did you have a second question?
I did have a second off-topic question in this regard. The judiciary today, Elon Musk, who has enormous influence in the Trump administration, posted on X, quote, there needs to be an immediate wave of judicial impeachments, not just one. As the Attorney General of the United States, how do you respond to that? Should the process work out in the courts before we talk about judicial impeachments? I mean, these are just TROs now at this time. Shouldn't these just play out?
Yeah, I haven't seen Elon Musk tweet. He is a friend of mine. He is a great man. I think he's very frustrated with what's happening in our federal government. You know, at USAID alone, they're giving out billions of dollars that should not be distributed. We're going to back him up. You know, we work our whole lives in this country and we all pay taxes in this country. And for people to find out that $2 million is going to Guatemala for sex changes is outrageous. And we're going to back up Elon Musk every way we can. That includes lawsuits against these people who are doing that, and we will be successful.
Do you have concerns about judicial impeachments?
That's not going to happen now. We're going to look at everything. We're going to follow the law right now. We're going to follow the process. These are federal judges with lifetime appointments, but they will be struck down ultimately by the Supreme Court of the United States if the appellate courts don't follow the law as well. Hi.
I also have an on-topic and an off-topic.
Sure.
First of all, can you just briefly walk us through what the legal claims are you're making in this lawsuit?
Yeah, absolutely. So the green light laws are that this is what the green light law says. It's a green light to illegal immigration, which says they can comply. That law is unconstitutional. They can't do that. And what they've done is they have a tip-off provision that requires New York's DMV commissioner to promptly inform any illegal alien when a federal immigration agency has requested their information. So think about the men and women in law enforcement behind me. That's basically, that's not basic, it's tipping off an illegal alien and it's unconstitutional. And that's why we filed this lawsuit. And that's why we charged Mark Schroeder too, because he runs DMV. Oh, I'm sorry, you had a second question.
Yeah, my off-topic question. I wanted to ask about Mayor Eric
Yes.
Adams' case. As of at least a few moments ago, SDNY still has not dropped that case. Have you or other DOJ leadership spoken to the acting U.S. attorney and SDNY since the memo was sent earlier this week? And what will you do if she refuses to drop the case?
I have not spoken to her. I know our acting DAG, Emil Bove, has spoken to her, and Chad Mizell may have spoken to her, but that case should be dropped. It was done at the directive of Emil, so that case should be dropped. I did not know that it had not been dropped yet, but I'll certainly look into that.
Reagan, Daily Caller.
Hi, how are you?
Tom Homan suggested this week that someone from within the FBI may be leaking information about the ICE raids and that such could be putting officers' lives at risk. Has the DOJ gotten any closer to determining if these leaks are coming from within the FBI? And what will the consequences be if they can identify the leakers from the FBI?
Excuse me. Well, first, I can't talk about anything that is ongoing, and that is ongoing. And it's really for the similar reasons of what I said earlier. The great men and women in law enforcement standing behind me today, they must be protected. If anytime anyone leaks or tips off anything regarding a pending investigation, that jeopardizes lives. You're telling a bad guy what's about to happen. It could jeopardize the lives of all the men and women in law enforcement. We will not stand for it. We will find you. We're going to investigate it, no matter what agency it came from. We don't know for certain. We have an open investigation, so I can't talk about it in detail, but we will do everything in our power to hold you accountable, and it is a crime, and you will be prosecuted when we find you.
I got time for one more. Alana Austin is next.
Hi, Madam
Hi, Alana.
Attorney General, thank you so much for your time. I was also interested in hearing specifically what the interactions have been like with Mayor Adams
And I know he has a little bit of a different tone than some of the other Democrats out of the Empire State. And then also Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, because before President Trump went back into office, he had issued some words about a potential standoff and then walked that back. So I was curious to see what things have been like out of New York City and Denver officials.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that in New York, Mayor Adams is going to cooperate with us with the sanctuary cities and the illegal aliens. And has the mayor in Colorado been cooperating? Do we know? I believe he might have now. Yeah, I believe Colorado is now cooperating. That's what we want. We don't want to sue you. We don't want to prosecute people. We want people to comply with the law. This is very simple. An MS-13 member murdered her daughter. That's happening throughout this country. We have one angel mom is too many. And we have angel moms throughout this country who should not be going through this. Comply with the law. This is the last thing we want to be doing. We want to be out there, all of us, fighting violent crime. Yet we're fighting illegal aliens, and that ends, and it's going to end today.
All right, that's all we have time for, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I learned something new today. I didn't know DMV was tipping off the illegals.
Here's one for you. Did you see this one yesterday when I played it?
No.
Investigates a secretive Christian church with global reach, now the target of an FBI investigation. The religious group is known by multiple names, most commonly the 2x2s.
An outcry of child abuse allegations aimed at this church now coming to light. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum spoke with former members about what's been described as a cult and its ties to Arizona.
2x2 Church has a significant problem with child abuse. It is systemic, and the cover-up of the abuse has been ongoing in the 2x2 Church for decades.
Tempe police, search warrant, come to the door with nothing in your hands.
It's the morning of September 6, 2022. Tempe police are here for Raymond Zwiefelhofer.
Hands up, hands up. Put your hands up, please, on your head. All right, go ahead and step out. Step out. Keep your hands on your head, sir.
The fall of Zwiefelhofer begins with his arrest, his rise in 2009, when he became CEO of World Software Corporation, known as Worldox, a software tech company specializing in managing legal documents.
I think it was just interesting from the beginning that he was so high up in this company.
Cynthia Lyles is a private investigator who's been digging deep into the church and says she works regularly with the FBI.
Raymond Zwiefelhofer is one of most likely thousands. I have notified the FBI of over 1,000 accounts of child abuse and assault.
What makes the 2x2 Church so unique is the way it operates. Ministers of the church are known as workers and live with members in their homes, usually for days at a time.
We're getting reports of child abuse and assault committed by the highest level in leadership down to the regular members.
While Zwiefelhofer is the first member of the 2x2 Church to be convicted and sentenced to prison in the U.S. since our original investigation aired, some members claim there's been a deep history and pattern of abuse for decades.
Somehow, the 2x2 Church has become a breeding ground for offenders, and hopefully there will be more arrests and convictions coming.
There's no one head of the church, but we did reach out to the overseer, the man in charge of Arizona who oversaw Zwiefelhofer. He never called us back. As for the former and current overseers with whom we did speak, all of them denied knowing anything about the widespread sexual abuse.
I think it was just interesting from the beginning that he was so high up in this company.
Catherine Fu is a prosecutor within the Crimes Bureau for the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, working the case against Zwiefelhofer. He was charged with 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor after a tip from the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children alerted police to CSAM, child abuse material uploaded by a suspect with IP addresses at Worldox in Zwiefelhofer's home. A search warrant served 3 months before his arrest led to the seizure of multiple electronic devices, including a micro SD card. By November 8, 2024, Zwiefelhofer was sentenced to 120 years in prison after a jury found him guilty of all 10 charges.
Other than say I'm not guilty again, I like to make that clear. I would love to know how the jury found that I knowingly did this.
Fox 10 has spoken to multiple sources with ties to a secretive Christian sect accused of widespread child abuse and cover-ups, known as the 2x2 Church, the Way, the Truth, and the Church with No Name. Sources within the church confirm that Raymond Zwiefelhofer was a member, specifically an elder. We want to be clear, his crimes did not involve members of the 2x2.
My name is Sarah Black. I was born and raised in the 2x2s, in the meetings. I'm 48 now. I left in my late teens, early 20s.
Sarah Black lives in the East Valley, but grew up in Portland, Oregon, going to weekly gospel meetings.
Well, it's a system that is very legalistic, lots of unwritten man-made rules. I grew up without a TV. Most homes didn't even have a radio. I was with progressive parents, so I had a radio. I was also in a very musical home, but I watched my friends not be able to do certain things like participate in band activities at school.
Black's parents have also left the church. She describes the Christian sect as well hidden, with an established hierarchy, overseers at the top, followed by ministers called workers, and then elders along with the rest of the church, known as friends.
All this importance on what these workers speak in these meetings. So the doctrine becomes whatever you hear every week. There is no one set doctrine like some churches would have.
Because ministers go out 2 by 2. They go out in pairs, and they don't have homes. They stay in the members' homes. So the access to children is readily available because they're staying in the homes.
In a rare exclusive interview in June, we sat down with the FBI at the Omaha field office that's now leading the worldwide investigation.
Have you ever heard of something this widespread?
When we first put out the initial message requesting people provide us information, we did receive quite a bit of information.
The FBI insists that anyone who experienced abuse should contact them.
Let's say you arrest one person, 2 people. Is that it?
The FBI focuses, in general, on bringing cases from local to global. The FBI doesn't stop at just an initial arrest. We will follow the evidence wherever it leads.
We spoke to dozens of alleged victims of child abuse across more than 30 states. Many of the ex-members we spoke to say that some of the church leadership knew about the abuse allegations, but didn't report any of it to the authorities. Rather than calling in the cops, alleged abusers kept on working, but in different states.
The shuffling of abusers from state to state to state, from country to country to country, is common. Get the abuser out of Dodge.
The belief that their one true way, their interpretation of God's law, supersedes man's.
All these institutions think they're above the law because God is on their side. These institutions are havens for abusers. And the child cannot protect the child.
She's worked with the FBI on exposing the 2x2 church that originated in Ireland in the late 19th century. Workers rely on members' hospitality for housing and food, traveling with assigned partners of the same, denying formal religious training. They aren't allowed to marry either.
You'd have to clean the house and have it the most clean you could get it. And my brother and I would be kicked out of our rooms, and we would sleep on the floor in a sleeping bag at my parents' room so that the workers could come and stay 2 or 3 nights.
Elders host weekly meetings in their homes for workers to teach the gospel.
For us, it was normal for them to come stay with us for a few
days at a time when they were in our what they called field.
Pam Walton lives in Hawaii, another member who was raised in the church and now collects documents and photos tracking a timeline of alleged predators.
Everyone in the church is either related to someone in it or they know someone in it.
Did you find patterns of a cult early on?
It's definitely fear-based. The main philosophy of the church is that it's the only true way to heaven. And so that really complicates child abuse cases and assault cases because survivors are fearful that they will lose out on salvation if they report.
So I spoke to a worker that has been in this church for 30 years or so. He says, like many other members, he was shocked at the FBI's investigation. He says he was even hurt by these serious allegations that came out. And the church really had to look within itself and figure out how they prevent any abuse from happening within this very, very large religious group. You think he was someone that thought he could get away with all of this?
I think the evidence showing that the entire system had Windows system had previously been deleted, evidence showing that there was an encryption key. I think I would say that all of that evidence together is indicative of someone who was trying to cover their tracks.
That great piece there on a really important subject.
Appreciate it. We'll continue to follow up clearly on all the accusations. They still continue.
There you go. How about that, Mamabear?
Wow. Wow.
Just keeps getting better. I mean, what did you say after that?
Wow. And it's not just that church. It's many other churches. They just need to investigate them.
Tip of the iceberg, Mamabear. Just the tip. This is on a massive scale. It's everywhere. It's all at once.
And it's not getting any better. And yes, everybody, 9 o'clock tonight in Eastern Standard Time, our time, my time, here in New York, BNC is dropping a new music release. So make sure you are subscribed and ready to go. Well, let's see.
Got another one. I haven't watched this one yet.
As we got closer to the truth, we began to be harassed by the FBI. In fact, I've never been escorted out of a county quicker than I have by the FBI in this investigation. This happened to me twice. Escorted to the county line, the last time told not to come back. And of course, we have other assets in my stead, so no problem there. When myself and another investigator were engaged in conducting interviews in the Bethel Park area, obviously we were under surveillance by the Bethel Park police. And I'm going to hear about this later, I can guarantee you. But anyway, we were under surveillance, and within probably 15 minutes, that surveillance turned from a local to a federal surveillance. There is a network right now, as we speak, that still exists in Western Pennsylvania and across this country that is interconnected with the intelligence agencies, and people have to understand this, that want Trump dead. I mean, Trump, his family, everyone he ever spoke to in his life, I suppose. They want him dead. That is operational. That has not been shut down, Thomas Crooks, in my investigative opinion, based on hours and upon hours of research and investigation personally. Did not act alone. He was, however, and this is based on my findings. He was, however, the dead person on that roof. Okay, without doubt, because there was some issue about someone else being there. I'm going to tell you, that's someone else that was supposedly on that roof. Without giving away too much, I'll just tell you this. I looked at that man in his eyeballs and identified him, and he's very much alive. And that was as of September, October of last year. So after that, I'm not so sure. But I can tell you, on that roof, that body that was shown is Thomas Matthew Crooks. And as Jack Posobiec, who you had on, who's got the book Bulletproof, interesting, very, very, in fact, required reading. I would urge everyone to get Bulletproof. But here's the thing. In order for everything to have happened the way it happened on that day, on July 13th, the 12 points of failure by the U.S. Secret Service, in conjunction with the failures by Pennsylvania State Police and the individual local bodies, not so much there, but still, there are problems there. For that to happen, and then toss in an assassin, a man who wanted to kill the president, the odds against everything happening in that fashion, 1 in 1 septillion. This also goes into the assassination attempt 64 days later. Now, we, as an agency, were not that involved in the investigation of Ruth. The reason, of course, is we don't have license. We're not credentialed in Florida. So we had to rely on a third-party licensed agency that we've worked with for 20 years. Okay, so the findings there don't necessarily indicate any relationship between Ruth and Crooks, or Ruth and Butler necessarily. However, the findings show that the handlers, and I use that word purposely, the handlers of Thomas Matthew Crooks, and there were handlers and more than one, in his 43 visits plus to the shooting range in outside of Butler. At
the shooting range, the Homeland Security training facility.
Correct. He, again, I just want to be very, very precise and very careful. He obviously, there were people that he was associated with. Again, as evidenced by by some of the records we obtained from a law enforcement source who received them from the shooting range, that show that he was not the only one there. And when he wasn't there, when he wasn't shooting, he was involved in conversations, detailed or heavy conversations with individuals, his handlers. I'm going to say this as well. I was at the shooting range. I was inside there. I was inside. Alex, I'll tell you what, I've been inside. I really thought I was going to retire, but this kind of brought me out.
Corporate media has tried to just shut the story down for 2 months. Google wouldn't even say that somebody tried to Trump. Minutes after, national news announced Trump had been killed that day. Then when they hadn't him and he popped back up just 30 seconds later, they suddenly said, oh, nothing happened. The president just fell down. Then the FBI director tried to say, a piece of shrapnel hit him. Well, then what did the bullet hit? It didn't hit the teleprompter in front of him. It just anything they could do to make you forget about this, because they knew that it had blown up in their face and just gotten him another 10, 15 points.
They know what they have been doing, and they have been taking the American people for advantage. They do it through trade, they do it through rhetoric, they do it through immigration, and this administration will say, not this pig, non hic porcus, it's not going to work. And that's why they're terrified. Something about Trump that the left never understood, that they never explained why a so-called selfish billionaire that's been married 3 times, that had a colorful, if not controversial life, appeal to the middle classes. This wasn't Eva Peron type of populism. This was a genuine, when he was at that McDonald's window and that Indian American guy went by, I mentioned that before, and he said, I'm just an ordinary, and you're not ordinary. And I think his wife, I was reminded that today by a caller, and she said, you took a bullet for us. And he said, I guess I did. And there's something about him that nobody's really got to, that he has an empathy for working class people. And that resonated to Black people. In other words, he was saying to the inner city of Chicago or Detroit, I care more about you people than foreign citizens from Mexico. And I'm not going to let these people come in and take your shelter, your food, your social services. They're guests. You are us. And that resonates. He's saying the same thing in Mexican-American communities. You are the most impacted. Don't believe this bi-coastal elite. They're at Martha's Vineyard. They're at Presidio Heights. They're in Malibu. When these people come from the border, they gravitate to Spanish-speaking constituencies. They go into your schools and you don't have AP anymore. You have bilingual education. Your kids don't get a competitive education. They go after your children that don't speak Spanish and call them gringos. They try to enlist your kids to be part of the cartel.
Yeah.
And the Mexican-American community is saying, not this pig. We're not going to do it anymore.
Yeah.
We don't care if you call us all sorts of names. We're not just going to sign up for a bunch of wealthy democratic elites who use us as cannon fodder.
Yeah.
I said on Fox last night, I was right in the middle of answering something by Sean, and an off-topic thought came into my head, and I said, it's like the left is saying the game is up. We're not going to talk about the Logan Act. There was assassination attempts. 2 left-wing people tried to shoot him, and we tried to take him off the ballot in 16 states. We tried to impeach him. We tried to try him as a private citizen. We had 5 civil and criminal suits. We spent $5 billion in 2 campaigns to destroy him. We couldn't do it. And now everybody hates us, and Joe Biden's got 30. We don't want to run anymore. We don't want to rule. Come in, Mr. Trump. Take care of us. We screwed up. They should be getting very angry. They should be writing every night on the news. They should be saying, how dare Donald Trump? He's running a coup. He's taking over for Joe Biden. And then they look at Joe Biden and they think, nah, I don't want to do that. He's in Angola. He pardoned him and fled to the most obscure place he could find. So nobody wanted to go interview him. And then he's with this corrupt government, and the guy is talking to him and he's sound asleep. So we can't say that Donald Trump shouldn't take over. We want him to take over because we're scared of the Frankensteinian monster we created. We're Dr. Frankenstein, and this monster we thought would be a valuable, I don't know, puppet facade veneer for our hard left. It didn't work anymore. He couldn't even play that Star Trek role. Remember where the guy, Jack and John Skull, whatever, what was his name?
John Gill.
John Gill, he sits up and he's, and then they put, he mouths this dogma, but he can't. So they're saying, Trump, just come in and help us, save us, just go. We're not going to fight you anymore. We're tired. I think Bill Maher said, I got to quit. I'm tired. I've been yelling and screaming about these conspiracies. He didn't say that, but that's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
I've charged him with collusion and disinformation and insurrection and fornication. I've done everything. I just want to quit. I can't take it anymore. He's like Roadrunner. Beep, 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 beep. I'm Wile E. Coyote. Wile E. Coyote, if you watch those, it was funny, I mentioned that. I went back and looked at those cartoons. They're brilliant. And you know what's weird about it? In a weird, sick way, Wile E. Coyote has a respect for Roadrunner. He devises all these things to blow him up, but then when he escapes and Wiley gets, embarrassed and he can't, you look at him and he kind of like smiles in some of them.
Yeah.
Like, my God, Roadrunner's smart.
Yeah.
And you're getting to that point now with the left. It's like, wow, we did everything. We did everything that violate the Constitution. We used lawfare. We did every despicable act. And that SOB escaped. I cannot believe it. And now he's functioning. He's 78. He's indestructible. Those Big Mac should have killed him by now. And he's president. Look at our guy that we thought we were so clever with our coup. He's asleep. And Harris, maybe we could have put her vice president, but where is she? She's lost in cyberspace. Every time she comes on a video, she looks like she's a bag lady. You know what I mean? It's like, it didn't work. Sorry, that didn't work.
Bag lady. That's yeah.
Oh, dude, where's that? Do you remember those video memes that were going around on X? With her new job. She's got a new job. Hold on.
They're in your
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Where she's chugging down that bottle of wine as well. That one's a good one. Oh, God, that was brilliant.
Yeah, it was a good one. Well, we have a good one, the censorship industrial complex. They did oversight committee this morning on it. I think it was this morning. Yeah, it was this morning. It's a long one. But yeah, they did an oversight committee meeting this morning on censorship.
Bag lady.
We all know they're censoring us here in the US. They're censoring in the UK. They're censoring all over the place. Okay. They're censoring all over the place. And they had an oversight on it this morning. I have not heard it all. So
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We appreciate everyone being here today for this important hearing. We'll start with opening statements. Chairs recognize what a difference a few years make. 4 years ago, President Trump was banned from all platforms, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Today, he has his own platform. He's back on all the others. And of course, he's president of the United States. 4 years ago, Democrat members of Congress sent a letter to telecommunication companies pressuring them to kick Fox and Newsmax off of a cable network. Today, both are still on. Both are doing fine. Fox has more viewers than MSNBC and CNN combined. 4 years ago, the White House was actively pressuring big tech to censor Americans. You don't have to take my word for it. Mark Zuckerberg wrote the committee a letter, told us it was going on. He said, the Biden administration pressured us to censor. We did it. We're sorry. We ain't going to do it anymore. Today, they've changed their policies, got rid of the independent fact checkers, and actually embraced the First Amendment. Imagine that. And maybe the best example of what they were doing happened on the third day of the administration. Example we've highlighted many times in this committee in the last Congress. Third day of the Biden administration, there was an email sent from Clark Humphrey to Twitter. Email said, wanted to flag the below tweet, and we hope you can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP. Take down this tweet as soon as possible. And who was the tweet by? Who did the tweet? The guy who's going to be named Secretary of Health and Human Services here sometime this week, Robert F. Kennedy, who just happened to be the guy who was going to run against the very people trying to take down the tweet. What did the tweet say? Hank Aaron's tragic death is part of a wave of suspicious death among elderly closely following administration of the vaccine. He received the vaccine on January 5th to inspire other Black Americans to get the vaccine. There is not one thing in that two-sentence tweet that's not true. Absolutely true. But the Biden administration was pressured to take it down. That's when the term, actually it's Mr. Schellenberg's term, the censorship industrial complex. That's what it is right there, front and center. And it's much broader than that. By the way, the guy who authored this tweet, who's going to be voted by the United States Senate to be the next Secretary of Health and Human Services, we had him as a witness in front of this committee 2 years ago. And when RFK Jr. came in to testify, Democrats made a motion to go to executive session. Executive session, kick everyone out so that no one could hear what RFK Jr. was going to testify to in a hearing on censorship. You can't make this stuff up. 2 years ago, we learned that 51 former Intel officials lied to the country when they said the Hunter Biden laptop story had all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. Today, all 51 of those people have lost their security clearance. A few years ago, GARM, the misnamed Global Alliance for Responsible Media, was coordinating an effort with major advertisers to limit ads on conservative platforms and websites. Today, GARM is out of business. Climate Action 100 a few years ago coordinated an effort of financial institutions to pressure companies to reduce oil and gas emissions and production. Today, Climate Action 100 out of business. A few years ago, the Stanford Internet Observatory was working. Today, they're out of business. INSAM was doing the same thing a few years ago. Today, they've stopped operation. What a difference a few years can make. And so much of this change started in October of 2022 when Elon Musk purchased Twitter. I think he said something like, I didn't spend $44 billion to buy Twitter. I spent $44 billion to save the First Amendment. And of course, that effort began with the Twitter files. And two of the Twitter files authors are with us today as witnesses. Matt Taibbi wrote the very first Twitter file, and I think 11 or 12 others over the time that all that information was coming out. Mr. Schellenberger was also an author, and as I said earlier, he's the guy who coined the term the censorship industrial complex. Big government working with big universities, working with other government agencies, the White House working on all this, pressuring big tech to censor Americans' speech. Both Democrats, both award-winning journalists, both Democrats at the time when they testified last Congress, both award-winning journalists, both testified multiple times in front of this committee last Congress. And what was their reward for coming forward and defending the First Amendment? They were attacked. They were referred to in this committee as so-called journalists, even though they won all kinds of awards and are best-selling authors. They were asked to disclose their sources in a hearing by Democrats in front of this committee. And they were named personally in a letter by the FTC chair, Lena Khan, when Ms. Khan asked Elon Musk, who were the journalists you were talking to? And of course, maybe most importantly, we all remember that at the very moment Mr. Taibbi was testifying in front of this committee, the IRS was knocking on his door. Just one big coincidence. Very time he's talking to this committee, testifying in front of this committee, the IRS was knocking on his door. Ms. Subramanya was targeted for covering the trucker blockade in Canada. She also testified last year in front of this committee, and she warned us. She's ahead of her time. She warned us about what was coming in Europe and around the world with the censorship efforts we're seeing in other Western nations. One of the things she said when she testified almost 2 years ago, she said, what is under threat is a core value of Western civilization. Never forget that. Powerful statement, and that's what's at stake here. So I appreciate the work you've all done, what we've been able to uncover. Appreciate the work of the president and Mr. Musk and what he's started with the Twitter files, and then what we were able to do with all these other platforms and the dramatic change we have seen. But I am nervous about what's happening in Europe because it's the Digital Services Act they are using to pressure tech companies to censor globally, which impacts Americans as well. And this is something the committee is going to look into as we move forward. But I want to thank you all for being here today. And with that, I would recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all of our witnesses today. The wrecking ball of right-wing authoritarianism is swinging right through Congress and coming directly at the freedoms of the press and the people right now. The self-appointed CEO of this operation is the unelected bureaucrat and aspiring techno-dictator Elon Musk, who Steve Bannon calls a truly evil individual, trying to create a techno state in which he's king and most of us are reduced to the status of serfs. Break things and break things fast, Steve Bannon says, is Musk's MO. De facto President Musk and his nocturnal Doge Muscovite Youth Brigade have now taken control of dozens of federal computer databases in order to dismantle entire federal agencies and programs that we in Congress created and funded with appropriations to keep our people safe and secure and healthy. Just this week, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that lowered overdraft fees from $38 to $5 and cut credit card late fees from an average of $32 to $8 for American consumers, saving us billions of dollars. An agency that has actually stopped corporate ripoff artists from stealing $21 billion from us, got a stop work order from Elon Musk. The billionaire plutocrats want to dismantle the EPA, which protects our air and water, and the NIH, which promotes life-saving scientific and medical research. Yesterday, Donald Trump banned the Associated Press, a 179-year-old newspaper organization, from the White House because it declines to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. This is straight-up press censorship based on retaliatory viewpoint discrimination. Trump's DOD kicked out 8 news groups that had space in the Pentagon, but which asked skeptical questions of the new secretary, including the New York Times, NBC News, and the Washington Post, all ousted in favor of outlets willing to faithfully advance the party line of the state, like Breitbart and One American News Network. Mr. Chairman, I despair sometimes when I reflect how far this war on representative democracy and the rights of the press and the people has already gone and how far it might go. But then, Mr. Chairman, I confess I think about you. I think about you because you and I, a MAGA Republican, a conservative Republican, and a liberal Democrat, have always shared a common commitment to the First Amendment. This gives me hope. As you've put it, quote, the First Amendment is first for a reason. Without it, we cannot enjoy our other liberties. So I tell myself that if things got really bad here, if we began to look more like Orban's illiberal democracy in Hungary, or Putin's Russia, where journalists end up in prison for their writings, and young people are jailed for expressing anti-sentiments, and opposition leaders like Alexei Navalny are poisoned and die mysteriously in jail, or Kim Jong-un's North Korea, or Xi's China, authoritarian dictatorships where all must worship the orders of the dear deified leader, I will call upon you as a colleague, Chairman Jordan, whom I have known to work seriously across the aisle sometimes, to come defend political freedom in America. These are dark times, but in the past we've agreed strongly on the fundamental importance of free speech, free press, the right to assemble, the right to petition for redress of grievances, free exercise of religion, and no establishment of a state religion. I'm proud that you and I worked together to move the Press Act, which passed this committee unanimously and the House by voice vote last Congress, to protect reporters against compulsory disclosure of their sources and their notes. And you supported my resolution against blasphemy laws around the world used to torment Christians, Hindus, Muslims, and free thinkers everywhere. We have clashed vigorously, and we no doubt will continue to do so through this very difficult period. But forgive me if I quote Abraham Lincoln, the great founder of your party, who said, "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break the bonds of affection." I hope we can call on these bonds if Elon Musk or anyone else in the executive branch seeks to destroy our constitutional freedoms and the powers of Congress. Although this hearing has been arranged to belabor a rather tiresome point that has been made ad nauseum for the last several years, it actually gestures at an important issue, specifically whether social media platforms like Meta and X should be treated as common carriers and pushed to be open to all speakers and all content, regardless of how dangerous or extreme or false it may be, or whether they should be seen as private speakers who have their own freedom to exclude any content that violates their own policies, the way that newspapers and TV stations do. It's a fascinating problem, but it's clear as a matter of law that there are private entities, that these are private entities and speakers who control their own speech, despite the fact that they are protected by Section 230, which immunizes them from liability for other people's defamation and fraud and other criminal and tortious communications posted on their platforms. The status of 230 is something we've discussed that we should seriously examine in a thoughtful way. Since the internet has clearly gotten off the ground and doesn't need this kind of subsidy anymore. But what I insist upon is that we be consistent in our treatment of the tech giants. You pushed them hard, Mr. Chairman, to remove objective fact-checking and to let all of the extreme right-wing forces get back on the internet. You pushed for an absolute and wide-open market in speech. But then you should push them equally hard not to censor dissenting viewpoints, whether they come from the anti-immigration wing of the MAGA movement, like Steve Bannon or Laura Loomer, who says she has been shadow banned on X by Elon Musk, or from the populist left, as when Musk purged his platform of journalists critical of him and other accounts critical of him back in 2022. Even one of your own witnesses today, Mr. Taibbi, was privately censored or de-amplified by Elon Musk, and I assume must walk on eggshells now in order not to get kicked off of that platform. But I'll be interested to hear what he says about it. If you use our congressional bully pulpit to stand up for the rights of extreme right-wing speakers on these private platforms, you should stand up for the rights of anti-Musk speakers to be on that platform too. But right now, the issue is this. We face a profound First Amendment crisis in the actions taken by this administration. One of my constituents who's serving in the armed forces, Mr. Chairman, alerted me this past Friday to book bans by the government at their kids' Department of Defense school, where they're closing the library for a week to complete a purge of books that appear to offend the new government orthodoxy against DEI and gender ideology. That's fine if you hate those ideologies, whatever you think they are, but this is naked content and viewpoint censorship of books. I hope you would join me in denouncing the purge of books, the stripping of books from the Department of Defense libraries or any other public libraries in America or for American citizens. When this father saw a school official removing not just books, but posters of Susan B. Anthony and Dr. King, my constituent asked why they left up the poster of Leonardo da Vinci, and he was told that's a real historical figure. More sweepingly, Trump and his FCC are using their powers to investigate, sue, and threaten news groups that dare to criticize the administration. Trump is suing CBS for $20 billion in damages because, check this out, he believes an interview with Kamala Harris produced too favorable an impression of her. So that means that I could sue Fox News because I think their interviews with Trump produce too favorable an impression of him. I mean, this is lunacy. And now, exploiting his asserted unitary executive powers, Trump is unleashing his sycophant FCC chairman Brendan Carr on every news group whose stories he doesn't approve of, actually threatening to pull the government broadcast licenses for ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS, and NPR. Nothing of a hostile nature, of course, has taken place against Fox News, which is now the de facto state-approved media, enjoys immunity from the repression visited on its liberal competitors. What is this, North Korea? It reminds me of the treatment of Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former private lawyer, who worked for Trump for more than a decade and became deputy finance chairman of the RNC. He went to jail for Donald Trump for, among other things, lying to Congress and making unlawful corporate contributions in the Stormy Daniels cover-up affair. When Cohen was released from prison during COVID to home arrest and probation with an ankle bracelet, he was abruptly rearrested and taken back to prison when he refused to sign a statement saying he would not speak to the media or publish a book about Donald Trump. Everybody's got to hear this. He was thrown into solitary confinement where he remained until a United States District Court judge found this to be a clear First Amendment violation and an outrage and freed him immediately. What is this? Castro's Cuba? Putin's Russia? The free speech violations taking place now against Department of Justice prosecutors and FBI agents are equally astounding. The First Amendment forbids reprisal and punishment against professional government employees for political reasons. Yet Trump has fired and demoted dozens of federal prosecutors, many of whom he had appointed during his first administration simply for doing their jobs, including prosecuting January 6 violators. Trump's subordinates also asked for a roundup of information about more than 6,000 hardworking FBI agents who were assigned to work the January 6 probe, a dangerous, blatantly unconstitutional order which was enjoined by a U.S. District Court in a case brought by the Association of FBI Agents. The administration is attempting to do its work. I'm about to finish up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I see a lot of pages there. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I'm going to speak fast like you. Watch me do it, all right? Look, this is happening in secret. They're keeping the press, the Congress, and people in the dark. I know you feel strongly about government transparency, as you do about free speech. The administration's illegally fired 17 inspectors general, totally violating the statute, which says they've got to come to Congress first 30 days before they fire them and set forth the specific explanation for why that's happening. Now, finally, you and I are both fierce advocates for the First Amendment and government transparency. Both of us see in the First Amendment a right that protects everybody without regard to viewpoint, substance, or politics of the message. And if we stand up strong for the First Amendment, if we defend not just the speech we agree with, which is easy, but the speech we oppose, which is hard, then we will be constitutional patriots and we will protect a truly free society. When we together introduced our Free Flow of Information Act, you said all rights protected in the First Amendment need to be defended. We had real success. Let's work together again to end the attacks on news organizations, to demand transparency from the administration, and to allow every American to exercise his or her free speech without being intimidated, harassed, or prosecuted. Thank you, and I yield back.
Without objection, all of their opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Matt Taibbi is a journalist, author, and founder of Racket News. He reported on the original Twitter files in 2022, showing the federal government's pervasive involvement in the company's content moderation decisions. He is author and journalist who has earned the National Magazine Award for Commentary in 2008, the Izzy Award for Outstanding Independent Journalism in 2020, and he has authored 10 books, 4 of which were New York Times bestsellers. Mr. Taibbi testified twice last Congress before the select subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. We're glad to have you back. Mr. Michael Schellenberger also reported on the original Twitter files in 2022. More recently, he released the Twitter Files Brazil, which highlighted the Brazilian government's attempt to censor dissenting opinions on X. Mr. Schellenberger is the founder and president of Environmental Progress, an independent nonprofit research organization based in Berkeley, California, the best-selling author of San Francisco and Apocalypse Never, and was named a Time Magazine Hero of the Environment, and is a Green Book Award winner. Last Congress, he testified twice before our committee and before the House Foreign Affairs Committee on the Brazilian government's censorship efforts. Ms. Rupa Subramanya is a Canadian journalist for the Free Press, who has written extensively about foreign censorship laws. Her testimony before the Select Subcommittee in November 2023 warned of the coming censorship legislation in Canada, Brazil, Ireland, France, and the EU. She has reported on the weaponization of foreign hate speech laws to target voices that dissent from liberal orthodoxy. Free Press founder Barry Weiss wrote that, quote, "If there's one theme that runs through Rupa's work, it is this: the urgent threat to our liberties by the combined power of government and big tech." And finally, Mr. Craig Aaron is the president and co-CEO of Free Press, not to be confused with the Free Press. Free Press Action, a nonprofit organization that advocates on media and technology policy. Prior to joining Free Press in 2004, he worked as an investigative reporter at Public Citizen and was the managing editor of In These Times, a bi-weekly political magazine. We welcome all our witnesses, thank them for appearing. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. You can be seated. Thank you. And again, thank you all for being here today. We really do appreciate the work you've done over so many years and now coming back in some cases for your third time in front of the committee. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. We will start with Ms. Subramanya.
Thank you. What if I were to ask you, what are the most repressive governments around the world when it comes to freedom? Who suppresses freedom of speech and enterprise the most? You'd surely say North Korea, Iran, Russia. But what if I told you Germany should be on that list, or for that matter, France, or Canada, where I'm from, should be on that list too? I'm not saying these countries are the same as the fear-based authoritarian societies of North Korea and Iran, not by a long shot. But I am suggesting that some of the free countries are not, in fact, living up to their promises of liberty, and that many allies of the US have gotten in the habit of using the government against political enemies or disfavored companies. In Scotland, hate crime legislation adopted last year criminalizes anything that stirs up hatred against an array of protected groups, including the disabled, the old, the LGBT community, and others. In Australia, the government started enacting hate crime laws just last week that impose jail sentences on those who display hateful symbols like swastikas. In Germany, authorities have ramped up their policing of online hate speech by arresting people who've made offensive posts and seizing their laptops and other devices. Last year, the German government banned a far-right magazine for anti-human hate speech and agitation and shut down a protest because the protesters were Irish and speaking Gaelic rather than English or German. In the UK, the police have taken to arresting people who post videos and social media accounts deemed offensive. They've been sent to jail for weeks and months at a time. As my colleague Maddie Kearns reported for the Free Press, British people have been arrested and convicted for antisocial behavior, such as praying silently near abortion clinics. The Orwellian Big Brother punishing you for expressing an impolitic thought is now the law of the land in the land of Orwell. In the European Union, the Digital Services Act bars the dissemination of any content deemed harmful or illegal, but doesn't provide much clarity about what that is. Right now, EU officials are going after Elon Musk, threatening his platform X with fines because he endorsed the AfD party in Germany. But make no mistake, a precedent is being set. In the future, other people with unpopular politics and agendas will be targeted. Back in Canada, Liberal Party leaders, including the lame duck Justin Trudeau, have come up with tons of terrible ideas that would regulate what you can say or do. As I reported for the Free Press, they want to push the limits of censorship. One proposal would fine you for saying good things about fossil fuels. Another proposal, arresting people for hate crimes that have yet to be committed. The ongoing political turmoil in Canada is the only reason these things have not yet happened. But understand this, there's nothing stopping the next Liberal government from moving forward and making these proposals the law. You may be thinking, well, that's a shame for the Australians or Canadians or Brits or whoever, but we're not them. This is the United States, and we have a long storied tradition of protecting First Amendment rights. American courts have ruled time and again on the side of the protesters, the flag burners, the neo-Nazis, the assumption being that if the most offensive speech is protected, then all speech is protected. Until recently, as you're no doubt aware, it was the left in America that felt most passionately about defending those rights. Historically, the people who stood up for unpopular opinions were ACLU lawyers and academics. It was people on the right who were less enthusiastic about the full-throated exchange of ideas. Whatever the case, I'm a great admirer of Americans' affinity for free expression. And I cannot stress enough how unique this conversation is, the one that we're having right now. In no other country that I'm aware of do people argue with such passion for our right to say or protest or believe whatever we want. But I am worried because we live in an illiberal moment. This moment has been building for many years, and there's many forces behind, social, political, and economic. For one thing, the left has lost its passion for the First Amendment. Now, it's true that there are plenty of conservatives who would prefer that school libraries not include books about gender fluidity or critical race theory. There are others who've gone so far as to ban authors like Toni Morrison or Margaret Atwood. All that is wrong, but I'm less concerned about this trend than I am about the censorship that has happened under Joe Biden. in partnership with Washington and much of corporate America, including banks and social media companies. This partnership affects far more people than a relatively small number of school boards canceling Ibrahim Kendi's How to Be an Anti-Racist. And it's harder to detect. When a school board removes a book from its shelves, it's usually a meeting and a public airing of opinions. But when Meta or the Bank of America decide that one of their users or account holders has voiced the wrong opinion, they can take action that the vast majority of us will never know about. They can suppress an algorithm, remove a book from the digital shelf, suspend a checking account, which raises a very frightening prospect. We do not even know that our freedom is being taken away. In case you think I'm overstating things, consider the relatively recent phenomena of debanking, which I've reported on for the Free Press, where big banks have quietly ended their relationship with customers who have unpopular opinions. Banks have targeted people on both sides of the aisle, from President Trump's most fervent supporters to Muslim Americans, among others. What's concerning isn't so much who has been wrong, but the creeping illiberal tide that has swept America over the last several years. The number of tech CEOs who attended President Trump's inauguration gives me hope. I'm told this signals the dawn of a new era in America, a return to first principles. Many of you may have misgivings about so many billionaires steering national policy, and for good reason. But if the billionaires coming around to President Trump means they're coming back to their Silicon Valley roots and their belief in an unfettered marketplace of ideas, if this means that the shadow bannings and mysterious manipulations on social media will stop, if this means that we can speak more freely now, then, well, that is a great thing. And that is the most important thing, because, as you know, all freedom stems from this freedom. I'll leave you with this thought. The city on a hill that is America, with its abiding faith and people's right to speak freely and think freely, is as important today as it has ever been, maybe more, at a time when we're told over and over that we're suffering through late-stage capitalism or that Western liberal values are wrong-headed. I want to emphasize that there's nothing wrong-headed about standing up for the liberties that you, the Americans, have so valiantly defended for so long. Liberties that other peoples and governments are too cowardly to stand up for. In some places, this commitment to liberty ebbs and flows. It has more to do with prevailing opinion or what's trending. The great wisdom of America has been always to rise above this, to ignore whatever was in or out of fashion, and to commit with unwavering fervor to your first principles, principles that must be defended now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you recognize I let Ms. Superman, you go a little long, but I hope you'll stay a little closer to 5. That was a makeup for Mr. Raskin's statement, I think. Go right ahead.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting my testimony. Nearly 2 years ago, I testified and provided evidence to a subcommittee of this committee about the existence of a censorship industrial complex, a network of government agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, government contractors, including the Stanford Internet Observatory, and big tech social media platforms that conspired to censor ordinary Americans and elected officials alike for holding disfavored views. Today, the censorship industrial complex is on the defensive. On January 20th, 2025, just hours after his inauguration, President Donald Trump signed an executive order on restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. 1 week earlier, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced, "We're going to dramatically reduce the amount of censorship on our platform." Zuckerberg announced that he and Meta would follow the lead of Elon Musk at X and create crowdsourced fact-checking known as community notes to replace much of the fact-checking the company had outsourced to others. And thanks in large measure to the work of this committee's subcommittee on the weaponization of government last year, as well as to the investigative reporting by those of us here today, we were able to shine sunlight on some of the worst actors in the censorship industrial complex, such as the Stanford Internet Observatory, which I singled out in my testimony 2 years ago. In June of last year, the observatory shut down in response to our collective exposés. Unfortunately, the censorship industrial complex remains almost entirely intact. In Europe, Australia, Britain, Brazil, and other nations in the West continue to seek new forms of censorship and information control, including digital identification tied to social media. My colleagues and I are over 2 years into our research characterizing the censorship industrial complex, and we continue to discover whole new institutions involved in censorship. The latest is the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. Last October, we published a report that noted that USAID had funded the creation of a censorship industrial complex in Brazil, complete with third-party fact checkers, committees of experts in charge of deciding for the entire society what the truth is on any given issue. And after I published the Twitter Files Brazil last spring, the Attorney General of Brazil opened a formal criminal investigation of me, which is still ongoing. In 2021, USAID even published a so-called disinformation primer that called for advertiser outreach to disrupt the funding and financial incentive to disinform. Such advertiser outreach was precisely the advertiser boycott strategy used by groups with ties to the US intelligence community. Those groups with uncritical support and amplification from the news media were able to use the strategy to successfully get Facebook and Twitter to censor more content. And the European Commission appears intent upon using its powers granted to it through the Digital Services Act to demand that X, Facebook, and other platforms censor speech. The Commission last year threatened to fine X up to 6% of its annual global revenue for failing to crack down on so-called false information and not handing over its data to small committees of experts chosen by the Commission to decide what is true and false. To be sure, the momentum is with us, the free speech advocates. We've won a number of important battles over the last 2 years. But it's also clear that many governing and media elites worldwide view expanding censorship of online platforms as a must-have, not a nice-to-have feature of global governance. The head of NATO, NATO-backed think tanks, the European Commission, former President Barack Obama, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, influential think tanks at Harvard and Stanford, elements of the DoD, the CIA, the FBI, the National Science Foundation, the Department of Homeland Security, and many others have all called for government censorship of so-called misinformation in recent years. And it's not just censorship that's the problem. The problem is that deep state agencies within the US government have for 2 decades sought to gain control over the production of news and other information around the world as part of ongoing covert and overt influence operations. And that after 2016, multiple actors and several deep state US government agencies turned to the tools of counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, and counterpopulism against the American people. I strongly urge Congress to defund the censorship industrial complex and seek a proper accounting of the various efforts to fund it, including secretly through pass-through organizations and shell organizations like the ones employed by USAID to fund groups like OCCCRP and hide US government funding and control. I further urge Congress to seek other ways to reduce the exposure of American social media users and companies to the threat of censorship from Europe, Britain, Brazil, and other nations. We should respect national sovereignty, but Vice President Vance makes a good point when he asks why Americans should be spending our wealth and putting our lives on the line for Western European NATO members who are actively demanding censorship by American companies of our speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Tybee, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Hit your microphone. Hit your microphone there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it on? 2 years ago, when Michael and I first testified before your Weaponization of Government Subcommittee, Democratic members called us so-called journalists, suggested we were bought-off scribes, and questioned our ethics and our loyalties. When we tried to answer, we were told to shut up, take off our tinfoil hats, and remember 2 things. 1, there is no digital censorship, and 2, if there is digital censorship, it's for our own good. I was shocked. I thought the whole thing had to be a mistake. There was no way the party that I gave votes to my whole life was now pro-censorship. Then last year, I listened to John Kerry, whom I voted for, talk to the World Economic Forum. Speaking about disinformation, he said, quote, "Our First Amendment stands as a major block to our ability to, quote, hammer it out of existence." He complained that it's really hard to govern because people self-select where they go for their news, which makes it, quote, much harder to build consensus. Now, I defended John Kerry when people said he looks French, but Marie Antoinette would have been embarrassed by this speech. He was essentially complaining that the peasants are self-selecting their own sources of media. What's next, letting them make up their own minds? Lastly, building consensus may be a politician's job, but it's not mine as a citizen or as a journalist. In fact, making it hard to govern is exactly the media's job. The failure to understand this is why we have a censorship problem. This is an Alamo moment for the First Amendment. Most of America's closest allies, as both Rupa and Michael have pointed out, have already adopted draconian speech laws. We are surrounded. The EU's new Digital Services Act is the most comprehensive censorship law ever instituted in a Western democratic society. Ranking Member Raskin, you don't have to go as far as Russia or China to find people jailed for speech. Our allies in England now have an Online Safety Act which empowers the government to jail people for nebulous offenses like false communication or causing psychological harm. Germany, France, Australia, Canada, and other nations have implemented similar ideas. These laws are totally incompatible with our system. Some of our own citizens have been harassed or even arrested in some of these countries, but our government has not stood up for them. Why? Because many of our bureaucrats believe in these laws. Take USAID. Many Americans are now in an uproar because they learned about over $400 million going to an organization called Internews, whose chief, Jeannie Bourgeot, boasted to Congress about training hundreds of thousands of people in journalism, but her views are almost identical to Kerry's. She gave a talk once about building trust and combating misinformation in India during the pandemic. She said that after months of a really beautifully unified COVID-19 message, vaccine enthusiasm rose to 87%. But when, quote, mixed information on vaccine efficacy got out, hesitancy ensued. We're paying this person to train journalists, and she doesn't know that the press does not exist to promote unity or political goals like vaccine enthusiasm. That's propaganda, not journalism. Bourgeot also once said that to fight bad content, we need to work really hard on exclusion lists or inclusion lists, and, quote, really need to focus our ad dollars toward what she called the good news. Again, if you don't know, the fastest way to erode trust in media is by having government sponsor exclusion lists. You shouldn't be getting $1 in taxpayer money, let alone 476 million of it. And USAID is just a tiny piece of the censorship machine Michael and I saw across that long list of agencies. Collectively, they've bought up every part of the news production line: sources, think tanks, research, fact-checking, anti-disinformation, commercial media scoring, and when all else fails, straight up censorship. It is a giant closed messaging loop whose purpose is to transform the free press into exactly that consensus machine. There is no way to remove this rot surgically. The whole mechanism has to go. Is there right-wing misinformation? Hell yes. It exists in every direction. But I grew up a Democrat and don't remember being afraid of it. At the time, we figured we didn't need censorship because we thought we had the better argument. Obviously, many of you lack the same confidence. You took billions of dollars from taxpayers and you blew it on programs whose entire purpose was to tell them they're wrong about things they can see with their own eyes. You sold us out. And until these rather tiresome questions are answered, this problem is not fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tybee. Mr. Aaron, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to testify today. To my understanding, this hearing is motivated by concerns over free speech, censorship, government interference with private companies, and the influence of billionaires who control our media system. And I share these concerns. I worry about government censorship, which is what the First Amendment protects us against. I worry about collusion between government officials and powerful tech executives. I worry about algorithmic discrimination used to push partisan agendas or spread hate. I worry about independent journalists and whistleblowers being attacked, harassed, doxxed, or muzzled for asking hard questions or simply reporting facts. And I think we should all be worried right now because we are facing a true free speech emergency. Elon Musk, the owner of X and one of the richest men in the world, is now embedded inside the federal government, unelected and apparently unaccountable to anyone. He's a special government employee with all the privileges of a high-ranking official, but no regard for transparency or the laws of this Congress. Musk also has shocking conflicts of interest and a giant social media megaphone that he uses to threaten and retaliate against his critics. With his power to distort narratives and spread falsehoods, he's fueling a constitutional crisis. Inside the government, Musk is attempting to tear down vital institutions, sabotage essential programs, carry out personal vendettas, and terrify civil servants. He sent a gang of hackers to breach core government systems, giving him unfettered and unprecedented access to our most sensitive information. Yet members of this committee tasked with oversight have been blocked from even entering federal government buildings to investigate. Journalists trying to tell the public about the so-called Department of Government efficiency are being harassed at Musk's instigation or threatened with prosecution by the U.S. attorney. These government employees are actively trying to suppress speech about government activities. This is a free speech emergency, and it's not the only one. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, wants to revoke broadcast licenses because he doesn't like the viewpoints he sees on TV. That's censorship. The FCC has also threatened news organizations over editorial decision-making, reporting on law enforcement, and basic fact-checking. The FCC is now threatening to block a merger sought by CBS at the same time that President Trump is suing the company for $20 billion because he didn't like how 60 Minutes edited an interview with the former vice president. Big media and tech companies, Disney, ABC, Meta, maybe now CBS, are paying tens of millions of dollars to settle specious lawsuits. They appear to be paying off the president to shield themselves from reprisal or to gain regulatory favors. Social media companies, too, are making drastic changes to content in response to the new administration. Meta, for example, went from promising to step away from politics to actively pushing the president's agenda after Mr. Trump threatened Mark Zuckerberg with life in prison. If you were concerned about low-level officials sending emails to social media staffers 5 years ago, then you should actually be worried when all the billionaire owners of these companies line up on the dais at the president's inauguration, clutching million-dollar checks to show their loyalty. The Trump administration is using the power of the government to shake down the media and quash dissent. This country was founded on the premise that our public sphere and our free press should be protected against government manipulation or retribution, including from the president or from special government employees. I'm a former journalist. I'm sitting here on a panel with journalists, and I may not agree with them, but I will defend their right to speak and write without fear of intimidation and harassment by government officials, without fear of unlawful government surveillance for simply speaking to their sources, without fear of unconstitutional retaliation. I hope we can agree on that. I hope we can set aside our differences and speak out against true government censorship, no matter who is in power. Free speech is not reserved for certain viewpoints. Free speech isn't meant to just protect the rich and powerful. Free speech isn't just for billionaires. The First Amendment protects everyone's freedom and free expression, and we must defend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. We'll now move to 5-minute questions under the 5-minute rule, I should say. And the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, Mr. Aaron went on for 5 minutes, and the feel and the fact was he said multiple times that if you're a billionaire, you're not qualified to do what has made you a billionaire. If you're a billionaire, you're corrupt. Now, he was particularly assaulting Elon Musk. Let me just go through a couple of quick questions. One, Elon Musk, would you say that he's best known as rich or successful?
Probably both, depends on who you ask.
Did he in fact reinvent launch so that we went from the inefficiency where we were paying the Russians to basically put our people in space to today, 92+% of all launches in the world are SpaceX, and they're done for a fraction of the cost?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, so you're a journalist, not an employer per se, but if you were going to employ somebody to take cost out of something, would you find someone that reinvented financial transactions, then went on to reinvent space launch, then went on to reinvent the automobile, and did all of those successfully before he was my age? Okay, now, as a journalist, you do look at who in government does what, and you've done it globally, but particularly you're an expert in the US. How many elected officials look at tax returns or government documents directly? How many elected officials do that for the United States government?
I don't know. I would like to know. I had
Well,
my own case.
officially the number is 0.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's 100% done by career bureaucrats. In fact, nobody elected does the basic work of searching databases and doing that. It just isn't part of the system. The reality is that almost all of the dives are either done by career people or people like Deloitte or PricewaterhouseCoopers. The fact is, looking for government inefficiency, we have spent billions of dollars inefficiently looking for government inefficiency for decades. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I did a story on the failed audit of the DoD that concluded, yeah, we had spent a ton of money on those audits to no effect.
Right. So we've paid outside auditors, including some of the world's best, and they've basically thrown in the towel as far as actually making a permanent change. So when the president has a group of individuals go in with career people in the room and look for it, and they find it, is that a reason to go, nah, he's a billionaire, rather than, nah, this is a disruptor of industries that has proven he can take massive amounts of cost out of doing things, and as a result, the United States of America would benefit by its money going further?
Representative, I said that some of this falls outside my area of expertise.
Well, it falls outside Aaron's too, so that's why I'm bringing the point to you. Let me go on to something that is in your expertise. As a journalist, if you took the many words and phonemes of a half hour, an hour interview and cut and pasted them to create a completely different set of answers to questions, what would you be doing?
Yeah, that would be typically that's a kind of deceptive editing. I think that was the issue in the 60 Minutes case.
Well, wouldn't you call it outright fraud if a person says X and you print Y? Wouldn't you be sued for it if you maliciously and deliberately change the outcome in order to affect an election potentially on behalf of a candidate?
It kind of depends on the situation, but I think most news organizations would be embarrassed to be caught doing that kind of thing.
And wasn't 60 Minutes and CBS embarrassed when they got caught?
Well, they settled in the case apparently, so I think that speaks to that. Yes.
So in other words, they were embarrassed.
It would seem that way from the outside.
Well, I'm glad you're here today, and I just want to note for the record and ask it to be placed in the record. Last week, we put another piece of legislation in with Rep. Salazar, Baumgardner, and Gill that in fact specifically provides for foreign government officials who engage in censorship of American speech to be inadmissible or deported. And I look forward to that going through the committee on a bipartisan basis.
Gentleman yields
And
back.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, President Trump has launched an all-out assault on the press. Don't take my word for it. Here is the president himself.
Trump publicly attacking ABC News, going so far as to suggest it should lose its federal broadcast license. They've discussed issuing subpoenas for news organizations, prosecuting journalists and their sources, and cutting funding for public media.
I think you have to do it. I'm going to be bringing one against the people in Iowa, their newspaper. We're filing one on 60 Minutes, a big part of CBS News, against Bob Woodward. And we have one very interestingly on Pulitzer. We have to straighten out the press.
The president says we have to, quote, straighten out the press. That should be chilling to anyone who believes in the First Amendment. The Trump administration is already targeting media outlets that refuse to praise the president. Yesterday, the White House barred the Associated Press from the Oval Office because the news organization simply declined to change its style guide to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Trump himself has made it abundantly clear that he thinks any journalist who dares to criticize him is a, quote, enemy of the people. He has even threatened to revoke the broadcast licenses, we just saw that, of news organizations that criticize his administration. This assault on free speech is being orchestrated by Trump's pick for FCC chair, Brendan Carr, a right-wing co-author of Project 2025. Carr is using his position to punish the news outlets that diverge from the White House's approved narrative. Acting in violation of the Constitution, federal law, and the ICC's own mission, Chairman Carr has decided to use the agency to harass and intimidate news organizations that stray from the White House's talking points. One of Carr's first actions was to revive 3 complaints made to the FCC by a conservative group, the Center for American Rights, against ABC, CBS, and NBC for their critical coverage of President Trump. For the record, there was a complaint that Carr didn't revive. Of course, there was a claim made against Fox News, a news organization that agreed to pay an $800 million settlement to a private company, Dominion Voting System, and admitted to promoting false claims of fraud during the 2020 election related to the company's voting machines. Mr. Aaron, what message is Brendan Carr and the administration sending by investigating ABC, CBS, and NBC, but not Fox News?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I think this is, a blatant abuse of power from Commissioner Carr. He's saying, we're coming for you. At the same time, the president is literally negotiating a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit settlement, and he has pulled out all the stops. He said, I might not approve your merger. He said, I want to see the transcripts. He's come back again and again and again. I just imagine when a Democratic FCC chair thought about, like, hey, could we do an independent local study? Everyone was up in arms. Here we have the chairman of the FCC saying, I'm going to use the power of my office to squeeze these news organizations either to settle or change or transform their coverage simply because the president and Mr. Carr don't like it. That's textbook government censorship.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. The former chair of the FCC, Mr. Carr's predecessor, Jessica Rosenworcel, said these complaints, quote, seek to weaponize the licensing authority of the FCC in a way that is fundamentally at odds with the First Amendment. To do so would set a dangerous precedent, close quote. She also warned that the agency, quote, should not be the president's speech police. When Mr. Carr was before the Oversight Committee last Congress, he was asked a very simple question. If the president directed the FCC to revoke ABC or NBC's broadcast license because he felt they were being unfair to him, would you comply? The answer should have been a simple and resounding no, yet Mr. Carr repeatedly refused to answer. Mr. Aaron, what do you see as some of the most dangerous actions this administration is currently taking to attack the freedom of the press and to silence critics of this administration?
Well, Mr. Nadler, I appreciate your lifting up the FCC because this is an agency that people don't necessarily know a lot about, but it has an incredible amount of power over the public airwaves, over the wires that bring us our cable television. And so far, in his short time in office, Chairman Carr has used that position to go after journalists, to file these very threatening letters questioning how individual reporters are covering stories of national importance, to really abuse this power in ways that we've never seen before. The FCC usually talks about licenses on very narrow terms. If an owner has committed major crimes, maybe there'll be an investigation in their license. The idea that a news organization could be threatened because they asked a tough question of the president, because they tried to fact check him during a debate, because they edited their own news content before putting it out over the airwaves is preposterous and it's dangerous. And I think it does really warrant the attention of this committee because it's quickly getting out of hand. He's expanding this. He's started to go after cable companies to investigate their internal corporate practices. This is all happening and it only seems to be speeding up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Schellenberger, is the press afraid to attack President Trump?
No.
I mean, you can look at the front page of Politico. Every headline is an attack on President Trump, but that's what the ranking member of the subcommittee just said. Like they're afraid. I mean, ridiculous argument. I yield to the gentleman. I recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 days ago, Senator Chuck Schumer created an online portal for federal employees to disclose wrongdoing and abuses of power. And in a way, I'm kind of glad he did this. He did this because I have been here for a while, and there's a plethora of abuses of power I've seen, particularly in the area of censorship. So at the top of my complaint list would probably be Joe Biden and his staff, because they continue continually pressured large social media platforms to change their content moderation policies, to have a built-in bias system against any speech, which even had a hint of criticism against the Biden administration. And you know, we do know one thing. Censorship can occur through an agent, through a direct link to government contact, even though it's a private entity that's censoring. We know that from the case law that's come out. But here we have Facebook admitted that it started censoring posts about COVID originating from a Chinese lab and content critical of the vaccine after tense conversations with the Biden-Harris administration, in which they were told to do more to combat speech, which has since been verified as true. Facebook officials described one White House advisor as outraged that Facebook didn't remove a meme. It was a joke about COVID-19. That White House advisor was Andy Slavitt. He would go on my list of people that you complain against. President Biden himself said that Facebook was, quote, killing people, close quote, for not taking down this type of content, which caused Facebook to change its policies further. Facebook employees would later say that this decision, quote, stemmed from the continued criticism of our approach from the Biden administration, close quote. Mark Zuckerberg even told Joe Rogan that people from the Biden administration, quote, would call up our team and scream at them and curse to take down things that were true, close quote. The White House employed the same kind of pressure campaign with YouTube, Amazon, and other platforms. We could also include Anthony Fauci in this list since he perpetuated falsehoods about everything from the vaccine, social distancing, masks, and more. And he demanded that these social media companies clamp down on anyone, including qualified scientists, who dared say anything that was contradictory of him. Then there was CISA, headed by Jen Easterly, who went out of her way to report posts on platform which they thought were too much against the administration's narrative. And there's the FBI, who ordered platforms to censor the New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop, despite knowing that the story was true because they had possession of the laptop. And we could go on and on. So, but I want to read. This notion here is that after this committee's oversight, and we did some good oversight, President Trump's resounding victory, the entities that I've just mentioned, CISA, the FBI, and DHS's cybersecurity, have all stopped their direct censorship activities. What do you think, Ms. Subramania? How do we know that that's true? How do we know that they've stopped their censorship activities?
Sorry, who has stopped their censorship activities?
Well, allegedly the FBI, CISA, and DHS's cybersecurity bureau.
Well, we don't know. We don't know anything for sure. And I think this administration is only getting started by investigating these agencies. I think my own personal view on this is that it's essentially baked into the system right now. And it's going to be very hard to get rid of these tools of censorship. Oftentimes they're shape-shifting, if you want to use that term. They're recast into different tools, but essentially it's the same tools of censorship that go after individuals. And as I reported on debanking, I'm very, very happy that this administration is finally paying attention to this very important issue of ordinary Americans being censored, being cut off the financial grid for having unpopular opinions. I believe there was a Senate Banking Committee hearing last week that heard from witnesses on the issue of debanking, which I reported on. That's pretty scary. So I'm very, very happy that this attention is finally getting, this issue is finally getting the attention it deserves, and hopefully average Americans will not get debanked in the future. But we don't know anything for sure. It's still too early.
Thank you. And I want to just comment on Mr. Aaron has said in his written statement, he's defining censorship as requiring government action. And yet, in order to get First Amendment protection, yet the Murphy v. Missouri case, which said that the plaintiffs did not get protection because they could not directly link the actions of government officials to their instances of censorship, that's very different than the Vallow case, NRA versus Vallow, where the courts, in a unanimous opinion, said because they could show a direct link. That's the critical issue here. And we know that the Biden administration, and we could show that direct link, that they were causing censorship. They were and this is the Vallow case relying on the 1963 case. They were using coercive tactics to get censorship. And that's the distinction, Mr. Aaron. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman recognizes the ranking member.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Aaron, in November, your co-witness, Mr. Taibbi, went on Chris Cuomo's show and said one of his great concerns was, quote, there's going to be an enormous temptation within the Trump government to do things like going after media organizations they don't like, and they can't do that. If they end up doing that, it's going to be a disaster. Has the disaster arrived?
I believe we're witnessing it right now. It's underway and speeding up.
What's the evidence of that?
Well, we talked already about the problems at the FCC. I think what we're seeing is incredibly powerful government officials using their power and their pulpit to go directly after news organizations. President Trump called for 60 Minutes to be, quote, terminated. Mr. Musk has gone after individual reporters who are trying to cover what Doge is doing. We don't know what Doge is doing. There's very little public information available, and yet reporters who dare to actually ask, who are these people? What are they doing? Why do they have access to our most important personal information? When that happens, here comes Mr. Musk, a government employee, but also the head of a social media company, coming after individual reporters. Those are some of the things that I'm incredibly concerned about. And there are many others who are saying they're going to come after journalists, including the nominee to head the FBI.
I think all four witnesses have spoken about the dangers of state censorship, but also the dangers of big tech censorship. With Elon Musk now appointed a special government employee, although he's not filled out his ethics forms or gotten a conflict of interest waiver. I hope, Mr. Chairman, we'll get a chance to work on that. But do we believe now that the dangers of state censorship have merged with the dangers of big tech censorship?
I'm obviously very concerned because it's one thing for the government to express its viewpoints and say, we wish you would do this or we wish you would do that. It's quite another for this kind of merger and full-on collusion happening. You know, we were worried about the government. This committee was very worried about the government in the previous administration putting pressure on Twitter. Now we have the head of X working inside the government to actually take apart government computer systems. That would seem to rise to a higher level of concern.
Right. Before, people were worried because some nameless, faceless bureaucrat would write a memo saying there's election disinformation. It needs to be corrected. And they thought that that was a First Amendment violation, although the courts ended up rejecting that. But in any event, they didn't like the government even warning of factual disinformation being warned of online. Now what we've got is the head of X, the owner of X, who controls all of that speech, being part of the government itself. And yet a lot of people aren't uttering a peep about that. Why is it?
Well, I have to ask in some cases, where are they getting their news? Are they hearing about it? I have questions about that, but I think people are outraged. I see people every day here in Washington with signs saying, why is Elon Musk's hands on my data? I talk to my cab
You know, I know there's millions of people in America outraged. I'm talking about my colleagues who couldn't stop talking about a handful of memos that were written to the social media about factual disinformation. They were upset about that. Now we've got an absolute merger of the social media state with the traditional governmental apparatus. Look, I'm not sure I understand what my colleague's position is on whether there should be free speech on social media sites or not. For several years, they campaigned to get sites like X and Facebook to remove fact-checking on their sites. It sounded like what they were saying is we want a radical, open, free market in speech, no censorship for anything, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, fraudulent speech, whatever. Not because they endorsed that speech, but because what they were saying was, we just want a radically open free market. But then Elon Musk takes over X. He kicks off journalists who are critical of him or Donald Trump. He kicks off Texas Observer journalist Stephen Monticelli, Ken Klippenston of The Intercept, podcaster Rob Rousseau, progressive political groups he doesn't like. And so now X is flooded with all of the racist, anti-Semitic filth, the misogyny, all kinds of studies about how it's dramatically through the roof. And yet he's getting rid of political speech he disagrees with. And my colleagues have nothing to say about that. Is that the right approach to free speech if you think free speech is at stake on the social media?
Absolutely not, Congressman. I mean, as we've talked about repeatedly in this hearing, we need free speech for everyone. We need to protect free expression. And so if Elon Musk is doing something, this committee should be as concerned about it. If Elon Musk and Donald Trump are colluding to pressure media companies, they should be just as concerned. I would argue more concerned, given the evidence, than they have been in the many hearings covered here about low-level employees concentrating low-level staffers.
Mr. Taibbi tweeted to Elon Musk, he said, Elon, I've repeatedly declined to criticize you and have nothing to do with your beef with Substack. Is there a reason why I'm being put in the middle of things? He said, am I being shadow banned? His answer from Elon Musk was, you are dead to me. Please get off Twitter and just stay on Substack. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democrats complain that Mr. Musk is an unelected bureaucrat. Well, I'd remind them that every bureaucrat is unelected. That's why the elected president is solely vested with the executive powers of the federal government. There is no bureaucrat that's independent of the president. That would mean that they're independent of the people, which is the very definition of a tyranny. Mr. Musk is accountable to the president, who in turn has been accountable to the people. The threat that we face is unelected bureaucrats who are working contrary to the will of the people as expressed through the presidential election. It seems to me that the beating heart of a democracy is our freedom of speech. That's how a free society sorts truth from lies and right from wrong and wisdom from folly. Americans have always believed that the way to do that is put the two of them side by side and trust the American people to tell the difference. And they've done a good job of that in 250 years. It's clear to me that in the last 4 years, the Democrats attempted to install themselves, rather than the American people, as the arbiters of what is true and right and wise. And what we saw was the power of government focused on muzzling their opposition and preventing the democracy from working. I'm particularly concerned about the coordinated suppression of the story of the Hunter Biden laptop because of post-election polling, in which respondents said that if they'd seen that information during the election, it would have changed their vote. And in numbers, that would have changed the outcome of the presidential election. That's election interference on a historic scale and about as clear a threat to democracy as it gets. But I remember a story of a retiring law professor who said that for many years he'd begin his course on the First Amendment by telling the joke of an American and a Soviet talking about freedom of speech in their countries. The American said, well, we have the right to say whatever we want about our government officials. And the Soviet replied, well, so do we, except the officials don't let us lie about them. He said that always got a big laugh in his classrooms until the last few years. And that's what I find very shocking about what has occurred in our society. I agree with the Democrats that we need to be just as vigilant in defending speech we disagree with. That's absolutely true. It was something that they were unwilling to do themselves during the last 4 years that they held power. Now, Mr. Taibbi, you've talked about this before. I've often said we must never allow the left to become our teachers. But you saw this transition firsthand, and you've spoken out about the importance of freedom of speech on all sides. Would you care to elaborate?
Sorry, I'm a little, thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. This sudden adopting of the free speech religion is a little jarring, where obviously you're very concerned about things that Elon Musk may be doing or Donald Trump may be doing. But where was that concern when White House officials were pressuring Twitter to remove New York Times reporter Alex Berenson, who was ultimately taken down for saying an absolutely true statement, which was that the vaccine does not prevent infection or transmission? That case is still going through the courts. Where was that concern when the New York Post was locked out of its own account for 2 weeks for an absolutely true story about Hunter Biden's laptop?
It seems to me two of the most consequential issues that affect the lives of every American are the debates over climate change and the debate over COVID and how to respond to it. and yet the government worked overtime to suppress contrary opinions. Mr. Schellenberger, you mentioned that the one thing we need to do is defund the institutions that are suppressing speech, and I couldn't agree more. Let me ask you, what else should we be doing right now? What legislation should we be pursuing to enshrine the First Amendment freedoms that the left waged war against these years?
Well, thank you for asking, Congressman. I mean, I think it's really, we don't have accountability yet. We don't have the files. We don't know what really happened. We have some of the files of what's occurred, but just on the Hunter Biden laptop case, you had a sophisticated influence operation being operated by the FBI through the Aspen Institute to pre-bunk, which is code for brainwash journalists and the social media censors in advance of the story coming out. I mean, that is next level kind of manipulation going on, illegal by the FBI. We don't have any of the files on that. But I think the most pressing threat right now is from Europe. The censorship industrial complex is sort of retreating into Europe. They want to, weaponize their Digital Services Act. I don't, as a taxpayer, as an American whose life and my family's life is on the line to protect Europe, I don't know what I'm doing if I'm trying to defend a continent that wants to suppress freedom of speech for their own people and for the entire planet.
Well, my time's expired, but I'd be very interested in the thoughts of all of our panelists on what additional actions the government can take. You're saying defund them and get to the bottom of it. I couldn't agree more. Then what? Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the witnesses, the outstanding testimony. The lady from Canada, I want to welcome you. You're our first witness from the 51st state. This hearing is interesting because breaking news, Joe Biden lost the election. He's not going to run ever again. But this committee's hearing, and I mean, some good can come out of looking about what happened, and some of the things weren't proper. But Joe Biden's gone. We need to be looking at what's happening right now. And what's happening right now is we have a constitutional crisis. This is the Judiciary Committee, where the Constitution should not be something we think of as something we study in school, but something we defend and protect against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And right now it is being attacked. The rule of law is, I think, Ms. Subramana, I think they quoted you and said something about special, something about our core, what's at stake is our core values. And what's at stake is our core values, the rule of law. And this committee is doing nothing about it. We should be concerned about the rule of law, concerned about the Constitution, concerned about the truth, and we're not doing that, and we have a great problem. The American people thought that they were going to elect a government that was going to get involved with inflation, reduce the price of eggs, make their daily lives better, end the war in Ukraine on day one. None of that's happened. Instead, we've gone off on all this stuff. And we've got a guy we call a special government employee, which sounds too much like a special military operation. And it's kind of a scary term, but that's what we've got. They talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. They say it all the time, but they don't show us the waste, fraud, and abuse. They just say they've discovered it and they're finding it and whatever. All this. Well, I think it's just their policy differences, particularly at USAID, not necessarily waste, fraud, and abuse. And Mr. Taibbi, I think you said that they can't do it surgically. If Mr. Musk is such a genius, and he's a damn smart boy, X is a smart boy too. They were the two smart ones in the room the other day. But you do it surgically. You don't do it with a sledgehammer. He's doing it with a sledgehammer. And a gorilla can do it with a sledgehammer. A genius has to be surgical. And you could save USAID's programs that are humanitarian purposes and medical purposes and providing food, working against hunger and all kind of problems we see in Africa with HIV, AIDS, and PEPFAR. You can keep those programs, which is the abundance and majority of USAID. Instead, we're threatening them. Elon Musk took over Twitter, and I can tell you, I've been a Twitter user. I got more anti-Semitic comments on Twitter since he took over by far. I had some before he took over, but just a small amount. Now, almost every time I post anything on Twitter, I'm going to get something about Jew, go back to Israel, we don't need your type, Cohen, oh yes, Cohen. I'm sick of that. And Musk allows it. Go to Blue Sky. He's ruined Twitter. He went through that with the same tactics he's going through the U.S. government, the fork in the road, getting rid of people and firing so many people. Twitter has been ruined. It was a marketplace for ideas. It no longer is. It's a mouthpiece for the extreme right and for Musk. Musk has not shown him to be able to understand the government and speak truth. When we had a continuing resolution of last December, Musk said the bill allocated $3 billion to build a new football stadium in Washington. It didn't allocate any money for a football stadium. And he said it emphatically, $3 billion. He said it was going to be a 40% salary increase for Congress people. No, it said there'd be a cost of living adjustment of 3%. On USAID, he reposted, as did Donald Jr., a post that was eventually found out to come out from a Russian operative that said that Ukraine paid $20 million for celebrities like Angelina Jolie, Sean Penn, Ben Stiller to come to Ukraine. False. They didn't pay anything for them. And they've said that Musk said $50 million, Trump $100 million on condoms in Gaza for Hamas. And that's not true. There was $7 million, is all USAID spends all over, and that's for helping on HIV AIDS. And the Gaza they spent some money on was Gaza in Mozambique. I mean, they can get on a map and see the Gulf of America, but they can't find out what's going on in Africa. And that's going to be the largest growing continent in the world. I'm just concerned about the truth. I'm concerned about Musk. I'm concerned about Doge. I'm concerned about this employee who they wanted to bring back, and I think they did, who said, just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity. We want to normalize Indian hate. And that's not Tonto. That's an entire country. And I would not mind at all if Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth. That's a real nice character. And that's who they took up as their champion. Thank you, sir. And I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the end of your testimony, Mr. Taibbi, it says, no wonder your approval ratings are lower than psoriasis. By the way, I've had a few bouts of it. It's nasty stuff. And you said you sold us out. Explain what you were saying at the end of your testimony.
Many of the programs, thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Many of the programs that Michael and I reported on in the Twitter files, these are taxpayer-funded programs that are being spent to remove the speech of the taxpayers themselves, or to encourage platforms to take down content of the taxpayers. And I think most people would disagree with that allocation of resources. I'm hearing a lot about Elon Musk. Does that mean that I should be in favor of the Department of Homeland Security partnering with Stanford University to do a mass flagging program ahead of the 2020 election, where the speech of ordinary citizens was taken down? These are two completely separate issues, but it's the institutional problem. We've created all of these institutions. The Global Engagement Center is one, a counter misinformation program, the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. These are all big institutions that are part of the government that are directed towards this exact activity. And it has to be shut down in order for us to get back to an absolutely free press environment.
On March 9th, 2023, I believe you were in this building testifying, and the IRS knocked on your door. Give us a retrospective, if you could do it kind of briefly. I've got other questions here. Give me a retrospective as you look back on that incident 2 years ago.
Yeah, I came back from testifying before this committee on the train. My wife told me that the IRS had left a note on my door. They had knocked while I was testifying. This, again, is why I'm finding it funny that people are suddenly concerned about the harassment of journalists. I don't remember any of you saying anything when this happened at the time.
You think it's a coincidence?
We subsequently learned, thanks to Mr. Chairman Jordan, who reached out to the Treasury, that case was opened on me on December 24th, 2022, when probably the most consequential Twitter files report that I dropped was published. It was a Saturday and it was Christmas Eve. I don't think the IRS is usually working that day.
Ms. Subramania, in regards to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, might it be useful if the liability shield that is currently in place be conditioned on companies to make sure that they adhere to a free speech standard? Do you think there maybe should be changes made to Section 230 to make sure that free speech is protected?
I'm not familiar with this legislation. What is the liability shield?
Mr. Schellenberger, would you like to take that question?
Sure, and I've testified in front of the Senate and written a white paper on this issue. I think that Section 230 should be reformed. If you're going to offer this sweeping liability protection, then I think that adult users of social media platforms should be able to choose and filter their own legal content. And I've said that publicly quite a bit before. I haven't found a lot of interest in either party for that proposal, but I do think that's the best way. Certainly, you can still have a feed that the social media platforms choose to feed you, but I do think there should be that option for people to choose their own content.
You say in your testimony, PSYOP tactics being used by the US and UK military against the American people. That is really scary stuff reading that. Could you elaborate? Because I think the American people need to hear, they need to hear about this.
Yeah, we now know what happened, which is that basically after the war on terror, the United States used counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, counterpopulism tactics first in the Middle East as part of the Arab Spring uprisings, then in Eastern Europe as part of the color revolutions, using social media to foment revolutions against places that we wanted regime change, and then using censorship in places to repress conflicting opinion in places that we were trying to stabilize. Those tactics were then turned against the American people after the populist revolutions of 2016. First, you saw Russiagate, the idea, this wild conspiracy theory that President Trump was somehow controlled through a sex blackmail operation by the Russians. But then we also saw a very elaborate effort to do exactly what they had done abroad, creating small committees of experts to decide what the truth was and demand censorship on the basis of it. But I also mentioned there's also these proactive influence operations, the most dramatic of which is the Hunter Biden laptop, severely illegal, but we also saw the mobilization of the intelligence community. And now in the latest article that we published today, we have documented that the Agency for International Development has overseen basically a takeover over the last decade and a half of independent investigative journalism in Europe and around the world through OCCRP and supposedly independent journalism organizations with an eye to basically controlling the information and controlling the major news media that do investigative journalism.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the work that you have done over the last couple Congresses on this issue.
Appreciate it. Gentleman yields back. I think, gentleman, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donald Trump is a litigious individual. He's quick to sue news organizations that try and hold him to account, but he's also the commander-in-chief who appears to be using every weapon in the federal government's arsenal to go after those same news organizations. He is currently suing in his private capacity CBS for $20 billion, but at the same time, his FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, is investigating CBS while Mr. Trump, President Trump, is calling on him to go even further and to revoke CBS's license because he didn't like the coverage that they gave. He's doing all this while Paramount, CBS's parent company, is in merger talks with a billionaire Trump super donor, David Ellison. So, Mr. Aaron, can you help us understand how these actions by President Trump and his administration might send a chilling message to news organizations?
Yes, I think the message the administration is sending is pay up and get in line. They've repeatedly, President Trump is a private citizen, filed these lawsuits, but President Trump is no longer a private citizen. He's sitting in the Oval Office, using the power of that office and of his appointees to go after the same companies he's filed lawsuits against. That's outrageous. And on terms that are almost unthinkable. We're talking about editing a video. We're talking about asking some fact-checking questions. We're talking about, unbelievably normal operations of news organizations, reporting on the activity of law enforcement, all First Amendment protected things that these news organizations are doing. And yet under the Trump administration, the message is, if you're not in line, if you're not singing from our hymnal, we're going to come after you with the force of the government. And that's what we should be concerned about. That's where crosses over from the concerns of an individual saying, I didn't like what you did, to actual censorship and government power being abused.
Well, it's not just what you've said. In December, ABC agreed to settle a $16 million lawsuit by Mr. Trump and his foundations. And then just last month, Meta paid $25 million to settle what, honestly, as a lawyer, seemed to me a pretty ridiculous 4-year-old lawsuit. Just last July, Mr. Trump threatened to throw Mark Zuckerberg in jail. And then after he won, Zuckerberg went down to Mar-a-Lago, had dinner with him, where Mr. Trump told him he could be brought into the tent. And then, of course, Zuckerberg and Meta settled the lawsuit brought against them for four years ago. Meta settled for $25 million. That's on top of the $2 million Meta and Zuckerberg contributed to the inauguration. It looks like these companies are agreeing to make these payments to Donald Trump in kind of a pay-to-play measure. What do you think, Mr. Aaron?
I agree with your analysis, Congresswoman. It looks like they're making payoffs. These were not cases, the lawyers that looked at them, the law professors that looked at them, when they were filed, said these are completely specious. These are outlandish. These are not actually viable cases. And yet now that Mr. Trump is in office, suddenly these media companies are lining up, writing checks for tens of millions of dollars to a sitting president, either to say, please, take the target off their back, or to seek major regulatory favors, like a mega merger. I don't support a mega merger, but the idea that the cost of getting that merger done is altering your editorial content or having to respond to have your other business interests challenged, your licenses taken away, it's unbelievable. It's outrageous.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Aaron. I'm not sure whether the president is shaking down these corporations or whether they're offering him bribes because they realize that if they pay the right price, they'll get their way. But it's clear to me that there is these outrageous settlement payments to the president and his foundations are really, I think, incompatible with the free press. Can you explain, Mr. Aaron, what happens to a free and fair press, to journalism, when media organizations and the president are engaged in this type of pay-to-play? Is this something that other media organizations are going to pay attention to? What's the impact on the eco-structure?
Well, I do think there's a danger that they follow each other's leads, right? What we would like to see in this case is these media companies actually standing up for their rights, actually fighting these cases in court. But they've made, I would say very unfortunately, business decisions that they've decided the cost of settling, because it's advantageous to other parts of their business, is better than actually defending the First Amendment and free speech. I think that's a huge problem, because they are signaling to this administration, hey, if you don't like something you see and you file a lawsuit, you're probably going to get paid. Or they're saying, well, we don't want to go anywhere near that because we might face one of these outlandish lawsuits.
My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schellenberger, last Congress, you helped expose censorship grants at the National Science Foundation, specifically known as Track F grants. Can you tell us more about those censorship activities conducted associated with these grants?
Yeah, this was the National Science Foundation's Track F was basically to create censorship tools that would become sort of the middleware to, such as NewsGuard, for example, is the most famous of which, or the Global Disinformation Index. The idea is to essentially impose on people's systems, either directly through their computers or adopted by social media companies, a set of tools that would allow centralized authorities to decide what the truth was and filter it for people. It's a horrifying program. All of Track F, in my view, should be eliminated. And I think there should be an investigation to figure out what in the world were they thinking when they created a program to basically have the taxpayers subsidize the creation of elaborate censorship tools that included the use of AI in creating that censorship.
So taxpayers are actually paying for the government to help private companies censor their free speech.
Yeah, and then the idea was that they were just going to, give these tools to Facebook and X and others to use, or to give them to Microsoft and others to use. It's awful stuff. And by the way, it also came from Department of Defense. So much of those NSF grants are sort of recycling older DARPA DoD projects.
When I coached T-ball, the kids shared helmets. And so occasionally there'd be an outbreak of lice, and we'd comfort the parents by saying it's not a sin to get lice, it's a sin to keep lice. So with these Track F grants, later today, I plan to reintroduce my bill to eliminate those. And I want to make a plea to the White House and anybody in the executive branch who's listening, or anybody at DOGE, you need to go after these Track F grants and defund anything that's says mis, dis, or mal information. Those are all, in my opinion, Orwellian terms. Also, we have an omnibus coming up in March where I'm scared to death. We're going to refund all of these things. We're basically going to feed the lice that were contracted in the last administration. But this isn't just limited to NSF grants. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, within DHS is a flagrant violator of free speech. It had things like election integrity partnership. Mr. Taibbi, can you tell us anything about this? What's going on at DHS or CISA?
Yeah, so CISA was the, as we found in the Twitter files, the election integrity partnership was run by Stanford. They had 4 partners, including the Center for an Informed Public, University of Washington, Graphica, the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Labs, but they partnered with CISA and the Global Engagement Center at the State Department. And we found in the Twitter files, and also Chairman Jordan also found some emails basically saying that this EIP project was founded at the behest of DHS. This essentially EIP was a CISA created project, or it was a CISA sort of sponsored project. And it was, it's essentially a content moderation removal operation that was sponsored by the American taxpayer.
Another example of American taxpayers unwittingly without knowing, funding their own violation or deprivation of their First Amendment rights. Mr. Schellenberger, can you explain how you traced USAID funding that served as the basis for whistleblower report in 2019, which led to the impeachment of President Trump?
Sure. Well, you may remember that the so-called whistleblowers in the White House was actually a CIA analyst. And in that whistleblower's complaint, which led to the impeachment, one of the central pieces of evidence was created by a USAID funded and controlled organization called the OCCRP. And we have another piece out today about how it participated in the Russiagate hoax as well, creating essentially very important information leading to that. So, I mean, you have in USAID a much larger fund of money and a much broader strategy for information control that included censorship, but also, as I mentioned, taking control of investigative journalism really worldwide. I mean, its ambitions were, amazing. So yeah, I mean, that's an agency when we saw that get shut down by DOGE, I thought that was completely appropriate. If there's something in there that it was doing that's valuable, then you could refund it later. But my view, same thing with CISA, death penalty for organizations that participated in violations of the First Amendment like CISA. Cybersecurity is an extremely important function. It shouldn't be contaminated and undermined by censorship activities.
I think it's always been known that our government has funded the change in administrations, if we can say it politely, of other governments. But isn't it borderline treason when the taxpayer is, when organizations entrusted with protecting our country are now undermining our own government?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're trying to do regime change, illegal, if you're weaponizing DHS, FBI, CISA, that's treasonous regime change activities redirected, that you developed abroad, that we developed abroad for regime change, directed against the American people and our representatives. I mean, it's shocking, and we still haven't dealt with it as a country.
Mr. Chairman, I see my time has expired. I'd like to introduce into the record, or ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record, an article in Newsmax, Schellenberger, USAID paid for Trump impeachment effort, dated February 6, 2025.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. Today's hearing entitled Censorship Industrial Complex. It's puzzling to me that when we're talking about censorship and denial of First Amendment rights, we're talking, the witnesses here from the majority seem to be stuck on Hunter Biden's laptop, mentioning it repeatedly, but nothing uttered about what has been transpiring since January 20th, when this president was inaugurated. You know, free speech necessarily means freedom of the press. And co-president Trump has been talking for years about the press being the enemy of the people. Mr. Aaron, what impact has the president repeatedly calling the press the enemy of the people had on our free speech?
Well, I think it's very chilling. I think it's a big problem when the most powerful person in the country, who is tasked with upholding the Constitution and the First Amendment, repeatedly goes out of his way to threaten journalists for asking hard questions, to sue news organizations because he simply doesn't like their conclusions. I think this is a real overreach in his power, and it creates danger for journalists out there actually trying to report on this administration, as I assume it's intended to do.
And he's been doing more than simply attacking journalists. He's also been threatening confidential sources of journalists. How does that chill free speech?
Well, I do worry about any administration, and you know, I've worked with folks on this side of the dais over problems of the government trying to go after whistleblowers, trying to force reporters to hand over their sources. You know, there were new regulations put into place during the Biden administration that, you know, I hope offer some greater levels of protection. I don't know if those are going to survive the new administration. I know members of this committee have supported the Press Act, have supported important protections for journalists. We need those because at a moment like this, we are reliant on whistleblowers to know what's happening.
And we're also reliant on inspectors general, who are essential for an ethical and transparent government. Yet during his first week in office, co-president Trump illegally fired 17 inspectors generals over 18 different federal agencies. And just yesterday, he fired the 18th inspector general. A day after that inspector general from USAID released a report detailing the wasteful impacts of Trump's chaotic and illegal funding freeze and stop work order. The message was clear that if you speak out, you will be fired. Co-presidents Musk and Trump clearly want to shroud their administration's actions from public scrutiny while they illegally freeze federal funds, purge federal workers, and rummage through sensitive private data that they can use to retaliate against any critics who dare to speak up. I'm concerned about the firing of the watchdogs who dare to speak up. Just this past week, you know, this inspector general fired for revealing more than $489 million in food assistance that was at risk of spoilage or potential diversion after the Trump administration implemented its aid freeze and stop work order. The very next day, he was fired, as I said. Do you agree that it chills freedom of speech and independent oversight when inspectors general are fired literally the day after they release a critical report? And what message do you think that it sends to other whistleblowers who might come forward?
Well, it sends a message to whistleblowers that nobody may be there to listen to you or protect you. I think the Inspector General system is incredibly important at exposing government wrongdoing, no matter who's in power. These are supposed to be independent people. It's my understanding that moves against them are supposed to come before Congress. Congress is supposed to be informed before it happens, and that hasn't happened here. So the wholesale of removal of inspector generals at a time when there's so much confusion and chaos about what's happening, I think is very, very dangerous. And I hope that this committee and others with jurisdiction here in Congress will be looking very carefully at these decisions. I know the courts are starting to get involved, but if we don't have these independent watchdogs, We won't know what's happening. In many cases, the press won't know what's happening because they're relying on the kind of information that an inspector general can get that nobody else has access to on the outside.
Well, I tell you, I know that if inspectors general had been terminated by a Democrat, and this committee, as it is now, was under the control of Republicans, these Republicans would be through the roof about it. They would be, they would not allow it to happen, but it is troubling that they are so transactional now that they don't believe in the Constitution. They just simply will follow whoever's sitting in that seat who can accomplish their political objectives, and then to hell with the Constitution. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Taibbi, do you have any idea how many people work at the United States Department of Treasury?
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry.
108,376. And part of the Department of Treasury, of course, is the Internal Revenue Service. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, big part, frankly. Big part. Thousands of people work there, too. And on December 24th, 2022, one of those 108,376 employees at the Department of Treasury decided they were going to start an investigation into you. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that just happened to coincide with the day you did one of the Twitter files. I think one of the important ones. I think it might maybe in the second one, if I'm second or third, but one of those important Twitter files. Is that right?
Yes, it was. It was.
And then a few months later, you're sitting in that same seat testifying in front of this committee. And the very time you're testifying, another one of those 108,376 people knock on your door. Unannounced visit to your home, which, by the way, they've discontinued because of this issue and a bunch of other crazy things they were doing. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Just for the record, they actually owed you money, right? You didn't do anything wrong. Is that
They
accurate?
did. They owed me
You
quite
got
a lot
check.
of money.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make that clear. But obviously, a way to intimidate someone who is focusing on this issue we're discussing today, right?
Yes.
Now, we just got an order from a judge. The judge in the Southern District of New York said that no political appointees or special government employees can have access to information. 108,376 people can have access to information, but the people the President of the United States selects, the guy who's elected by 77 million people, he can't preliminary injunction against the defendants during the pendency of this from granting any political appointees, special government employees from any access to that information. I don't know about you, Mr. Schellenberg. I find that kind of troubling. 108,000 people can do it, at least one of them, Christmas Eve. We got a federal government employees working hard on Christmas Eve, probably remotely working, going after Mr. Taibbi. But the President of the United States can't have people go in and look and see if we can save some money for the taxpayers. He can't do that according to this judge. Think that makes sense, Mr. Schellenberger?
It doesn't. I mean, my understanding is that the president controls the executive branch and the executive branch
Article
agencies.
2, Section 1, very first sentence, executive power shall be vested in the president, in a president of the United States of America. First sentence.
Yep.
Yeah, but this judge says, no. We got to trust the bureau. This is the fundamental issue. You trust the unelected bureaucrats, I think it was Mr. Tiffany and Mr. McClintock, or do you trust the guy who was elected by the people? And that's where I would rather put our trust in the people who they put in office to do these kind of things. Now, you mentioned earlier, I'm going to jump around here and try to get to all of you. Mr. Schellenberger, you mentioned that USAID, which has been in the news of late, spending taxpayer money on all kinds of stupid things, is also involved in the censorship effort. And I want you to just elaborate on that a little bit, because this is going on as we speak. I want you to elaborate on that for the committee, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to understand that USAID viewed this very holistically. And it's important, if you look at the Hunter Biden laptop case, which is an extremely important case to understand, because the FBI was weaponized, then it weaponized the Aspen Institute to brainwash the entire media. It wasn't just that they censored it. It was that they changed the perception of the laptop. They created the perception that it was something other than what it obviously was. And that's what these guys are trying to do. These are called information operations. And USAID has been in the process of taking over so-called independent investigative journalism around the world, and at the same time then training NGOs how to demand censorship. For example, Mr. Aaron's organization has been working to train organizations to so-called flag misinformation behind the scenes. By the way, it's one thing to criticize somebody publicly, which we should all be engaged in.
Yeah.
But this thing where you're skulking around,
we do that all the
and
time.
secretly, yeah, that's what open democracy is. This thing of going out and like secretly flagging information behind the scenes and demanding censorship, that's completely an abomination. That is not what
I just want to be clear. You're saying USAID, your investigation is now engaged in this pre-bunking kind of concept and process that they did with the laptop story in the fall of 2020.
And it's the exact same approach as well, where often what they're doing, for example, with USAID, OCCRP, is that they're leaking intelligence from the intelligence agencies in a very, and not like WikiLeaks where they just dumped it, I think probably too much without the proper redactions, but they're strategically leaking it and then manipulating places like The Guardian and the New York Times to publish certain stories and control the whole investigative news process.
And we saw this from Yoel Roth's testimony. He testified during these weekly meetings that they federal law enforcement communicated to us there was going to be hack and leak operations before the presidential election, likely in October. We had these, so that what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and then they said here who it's going to involve, that there were rumors that the hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So they set them all up. And then Shazam, they set them all up because they had the laptop and they knew what was coming. And when it happens, everyone buys into what the 51 former intel officials say.
That's right.
Mr. Subramanian, I want to give you the last word. RFK, I just want you to I appreciate the historical perspective you brought when you testified last Congress. But one of the statements that stuck with this last Congress was actually RFK Jr. when he said, when you look at history, it is never the good guys who are for centuries. And that's what we're trying to keep in mind. From both sides, from all sides. We just don't, we want the First Amendment. I'll give you the last 30 seconds here to respond.
Absolutely. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, and when I was here the last time, I think it was a throwaway comment to a representative. It was not even part of my testimony. I don't think so. And I said, the values of Western civilization are worth fighting for, going back to the Enlightenment and the Reformation. That is what gave us free speech. That's what distinguishes us from the rest of the world. And the First Amendment in America distinguishes America from the rest of the world. I come from India originally. I live in Canada. I'm from Canada, but I've lived in India. I've lived in the Middle East. I've lived in places where just speaking your mind can send you to prison. You cannot criticize anything that goes against the government or certain religions for that matter. And when I came to the West, it was
that's true in the UK.
Refreshing to finally be able to express myself. And unfortunately, what I left behind has come to me in Canada, has followed me to Canada. And I'm seeing that happening in the United States. And it's very worrying because it's happened so quickly. And I don't know where this is going to lead us to.
Yeah, if we can't settle our disputes with debate, the alternative is frightening, and we never want to get there. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate from both sides. I mean, we want to embrace the First Amendment. Unfortunately, I have to run, Mr. Raskin, I have to run to the House Administration Committee to talk about the budget for this committee. And if you need, I should have said this at the outset, if any of you need a break, or we'll take it, but just let us know, just communicate with one of our staffers and we'll give you a break. If not, we're going to keep going. And I think it is the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
For the last 3 years, Donald Trump campaigned on lowering your costs. Do they feel lower? Does anything about this hearing get us to lower costs? You were promised cheap eggs, and today you're getting cheap shots. And there's probably no better natural remedy for insomnia than a congressional hearing on anti-censorship. But, Mr. Taibbi, you're here. And would you agree that censorship is the suppression of ideas, words, images, and something that can be conducted by the government?
Yeah, it can also not be by the government, but yes.
And you would then agree that it's censorship for any government, democratic or authoritarian, run by a Democrat or a Republican, to bar the press from covering the government when the press reports something the government doesn't like?
Bar in what way?
Take away their credentials? Take away their access?
So as a long time, I started my career as an independent journalist. Journalists who whine about not being credentialed should recognize that being on the outside is part of what being in the press is. I'm not terribly sympathetic to people who complain about that issue.
So if you report something that a government doesn't like and they take away access that others have, that's not censorship?
You can still cover it. That's not censorship.
Okay. And banning books, is that censorship?
Banning books is censorship. Yep.
So this topic is more complicated than the hearing title would suggest. And I would argue the difference between a democratic approach and democratic activists on this issue and Republicans is that as Democrats seek to attack mis and disinformation is because their perception of information is that it is a means to the truth. And for many Republicans, they believe that information is a means to power. And so they are primarily concerned with using information, whether it's disinformation or misinformation, as long as it gets them to power, they're okay with it. And it's difficult to try and litigate what do you do with mis and disinformation. And I will be honest with you. Sometimes Democratic voices object too much to mis and disinformation. A lawyer once told me when I was a young prosecutor that I was jumping out of my seat too much, objecting to conduct by the defense attorney. And while I was probably legally right, it was just annoying the jury, and that I should pick my battles. So I get frustrated too sometimes when it feels like the penalty flag is being thrown too often. However, there is a difference, though, between censoring somebody because you disagree with them. I'll credit Chairman Jordan. He and I have had some spirited debates in this hearing room. Sometimes they've gotten quite personal by both of us. And sometimes when I land a point, he gets upset. His staff gets upset, but he takes it like a man. And he'll make his point right back at me, and I take it like a man. You know who doesn't take it like a man? Donald Trump, because he's not a man. He's a child. He's a small child. And he views censorship as a mean to get rid of people who disagree with him. He wants to get rid of judges who disagree with him. He said that as recently as yesterday. Speaker Johnson is backing him up by suggesting that judges should just pause in interpreting his violations of the Constitution. Trump goes after his perceived political opponents. I know. When I was a part of the Russia investigation, his DOJ subpoenaed my emails and my cell phone records. He's a petty, punitive child. And I can recognize a toddler because I'm a parent of 3 of them. And I recognize the same behavior. And yes, censorship is occurring, but it's self-censorship. And it's by you all. Because I hear you in our private conversations when you agree that Trump is a child. I hear the people you tell that Trump is a child, whether it's lobbyists or reporters. But you shrink in this room and you shrink in the chamber and you self-censor yourselves from speaking out because you're afraid. And he's laughing at you that you take him so seriously because he's unserious. He's laughing that you think he is so powerful because he's weak. He's laughing that you think he is so big because he's quite small. So we need you. We need your voices right now. It can't just be this side. We're all in to speak up, and we need you to speak up too. Otherwise, we are all out of freedom. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. I'm going to recognize myself for the next 5 minutes. Mr. Taibbi, the Twitter files showed how the State Department's Global Engagement Center, and I know you've done some reporting on this, initially created to counter the foreign disinformation campaigns, ended up censoring American speech directly and by proxy. You know, it was established in 2016, $61 million, 120 employees. And what we found now through further reporting is that at the exit of the Biden administration, they kind of shifted things around to make sure that it was still viable and still could operate. Can you just explain kind of in general what your reporting discovered and what you've seen since then?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Congressman. The Global Engagement Center, which was an organization that was unknown to us when we started the Twitter files, and it started off as a counterterrorist organization. A source that I spoke to that had worked there described the transformation of their mission as CT to CP, counterterrorism to counterpopulism. We found Global Engagement Center reports on a variety of topics within the Twitter files. They also worked with the Stanford Internet Observatory and the Election Integrity Partnership. And at the end of this year, they were set to expire and be defunded. But essentially, what happened was they took the same amount of employees, they renamed themselves R/FEME, and they scattered the employees physically throughout the building in different places to make it impossible or make it more difficult to eradicate the agency. Now, I'm not sure how that has all panned out. My understanding is that ultimately this will be defunded, but those personnel and that money still exists, and they still have exactly the same mission that was delineated for them in 2018 by legislation.
And it was the way that they utilized what was called bad speech and good speech, right? Can you describe how they kind of manipulated things that was presented to the American public? And a lot of this was initiated during COVID, right?
Yeah, so the Global Engagement Center, they had a really important, I think, innovation in the whole evolution of the digital censorship movement. They put out these reports. Some of them were sort of old school intelligence reports where they actually used sources to identify accounts that were reasonably linked to foreign governments or foreign intelligence or might be bots. But then they had this concept they called the information ecosystem. And that just drew in accounts whose messages were too much in sync with those other accounts. And as a result, we had people who were completely innocent and in many cases were prominent politicians, like there were prominent Democratic politicians in Italy, for instance, and in France, who were deemed to be part of the Russian ecosystem or the Iranian ecosystem or the Chinese ecosystem. This is just old school guilt by association, and it was part of their method. We found this repeatedly in their reports.
Yeah, the last question I had was, so as the Biden administration leaves and they morph this group into another kind of different size organization, I mean, the fact of the matter is, I mean, this is a perfect target for what DOJ is looking at right now, because there's no way to really reform these organizations, especially because it's part of the State Department. So it would be something that Secretary Rubio would absolutely have to go in and either rework start to finish or just eliminate it. Is that correct?
I would think so. And again, the process of scattering the organization throughout the building, and this is a prime example of how it's so difficult to eradicate these institutions once they've taken hold.
Yeah, Mr. Schellenberger, I'll just ask you kind of the final question, and that was just, you talked earlier about these types of organizations that are embedded, and then how do you eliminate them? How do you change them?
I mean, you really have, I mean, my view is that you have to shut them down and reconstitute them with different rules, different leadership, personnel as policy. So, I mean, you can't have somebody heading up CISA that thinks it's their job to go around and to censor their fellow Americans. You've got to have somebody there that's really committed to cybersecurity, which is in their name twice. That's how supposedly committed they are to it. So any organization that has that level of mission drift, I think you got to shut it down and reconstitute it later. And I hope Congress considers doing that.
Thank you very much. My time has expired.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
Yeah, Ms. Crockett.
We have heard over and over today that the government was coercing social media companies to take down specific content, mainly targeting conservatives. You and I both know this is not true because not one of the dozens of witnesses.
Point of order.
What
is
Ms. Crockett, what is the what's the UC request, Ms. Crockett?
UC request?
For the record, I would like to introduce excerpts from transcripts of interviews with witnesses from the social media companies who this committee interviewed last Congress. They all testified that there was no direct coercion.
You just need to put the document in. Point of order, doesn't she just need to put the document in to the record?
No, I need to.
I don't believe that she needs to include any explanation.
Ms. Crockett, go ahead and finish your UC request.
It's May 16th, 2023, transcribed interview with a Meta security policy employee who confirmed that Meta's hack and leak policy
Again,
was
point
not
of order,
mandated.
isn't it just the document that goes in?
Without objection. Without objection.
The second one
Without
is.
it will be, we don't need any further description of the document.
We have multiple.
Without
transcripts.
objection, without objection.
So all of
We
my
have-
transcripts are in.
without objection.
Okay.
I'll go to the gentleman from California who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Trump administration issued a series of executive orders that are brazenly illegal and unconstitutional, and that's why federal judges appointed by Ronald Reagan, George Bush, and Donald Trump himself have halted a number of these orders. And none of these orders are designed to lower inflation or lower your costs. Donald Trump campaigned on lowering prices. He lied to you. Congressional Republicans have also done nothing to lower prices. And this hearing is a prime example. This Republican-controlled Judiciary Committee could hold a hearing on price gouging. The Republicans could hold a hearing on antitrust and how monopolies are using their monopolistic power to raise your prices. But no, we're holding a hearing on Twitter and Facebook, about Twitter and Facebook. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna show you a video now of what is at the top of Americans' minds, which is inflation and grocery prices, and specifically the high cost of eggs.
Tonight, shell shock with the price of eggs continuing to soar. The average price for a dozen now more than $5. Eateries coast to coast also feeling the pinch and passing their cost increase to customers. Waffle House diners now paying 50 cents more per egg, a surcharge the company says will be short-lived. We cannot predict how long this shortage will last. What about you personally?
Me personally, I'll just stop eating eggs here.
And since that NBC News report came out, egg prices have increased again. Fox News just recently reported the wholesale price of eggs is now an average of $8. And Donald Trump's indiscriminate tariffs that he's already leveled and threatened to level are making things worse. I'm going to show you a video now of what Donald Trump's tariffs are doing to shoppers at Costco. Trump's tariff war has turned into an egg war at Costco, everyone fighting for eggs at Costco. I recently went grocery shopping, and the price of eggs were between $7.99 and over $12. And not only were the prices that high, but there were no eggs. There are no eggs on their shelves. And that is leading the American people to realize that Donald Trump lied to them, and congressional Republicans are not focused on the issue that American people care about. And that's why consumer sentiment has now dropped. And that is a very important factor for the economy. I'm going to show you a video about a recent consumer sentiment report.
This
Michigan number,
all of them are pretty terrible. The University of Michigan sentiment falls to 67.8 from 71.1. The current conditions index 68.7 from 74, and expectations 67.3 from 69.3. So people are not at this point seeing a lot of strength in the economy, but they are seeing inflation. This is really, really interesting. The Michigan one-year inflation number jumps to 4.3%. That is a 1 percentage point gain in one-year inflation expectations over the January number. 5 to 10-year inflation goes up just a tick to 3.3 from 3.2. But these numbers, we'll have to go under the hood and see exactly where people were upset. But these numbers are not particularly good news for the Fed or for the administration.
And just today, it was announced that inflation increased again. And it's not just on eggs, it's also on meats and poultry and fish, on gasoline, fuel oil, used cars and trucks, prescription drugs, car insurance, and rent. And congressional Republicans are doing nothing to address this issue. So look, do I think it's obnoxious that Twitter bans the term cisgender? You can be punished and suspended for using that term. Sure, it's obnoxious, but that's not what the American people care about. They care about the number one issue, which is inflation. Same thing last year, same thing this year. And Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are doing nothing to address that issue. In fact, Trump's tariffs are making things worse. So I urge our congressional Republicans to get serious and stop doing dumb hearings. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is so wild to me
that when we talk about an issue that so much indicts the Biden administration for the laws they were breaking, that the only thing Democrats can do is call it a dumb hearing, talk about bird flu, and say, here's one that one of my colleagues said, Joe Biden is gone and we need to be looking at what's happening right now. They spent the last 4 years talking about Donald Trump after he left office. And now that the American people got what they wanted, which is another 4 years of Donald Trump, they don't want to talk about Joe Biden. You know, I don't want to talk about Joe Biden either, but I do want to acknowledge the lawfare, the censorship, which is the whole point of this hearing. And, you know, I'll mention, I'm glad that inflation was brought up because I do believe that we're going to finally head in a good direction. But my colleague from California just spent 2 minutes talking about eggs and the cost of eggs. Cost of eggs were up a month ago, which is why the Biden administration appropriated or spent $300 million on bird flu. I'm not even going to blame Joe Biden for the cost of eggs or Donald Trump. We got a bird flu going on. And yeah, it's terrible. But let me tell you something else that's terrible. And that is what this committee uncovered that my colleagues from the left said wasn't a real thing. And that is that big tech platforms changed their content moderation policies because of pressure from the Biden-Harris White House. The Biden-Harris White House's censorship campaign targeted true information, satire, and other content that did not violate the platform's policies. No one on the other side of the aisle has indicated that they have a problem with that. They've complained about Elon Musk, who is a private citizen who runs a private company, perhaps not the way they want him to, but they've not acknowledged that the Biden-Harris White House was pressuring and instructing these companies to censor conservative speech or speech that they did not like. I'd love to insert into the record, I don't know if my colleague from Dallas County inserted this letter from Meta's Zuckerberg on August 26. But he spent 2 whole pages talking about all the things that he was pressured to do by the Biden White House. And this was after Trump said, I'm going to lock up anyone who interferes in this election. My colleague from California mentioned that as if that was some terrible threat to make. I'm going to defend the integrity of the election. Well, after Trump said that, this letter came out as if Mr. Zuckerberg was admitting, which he did, that they'd been breaking the law because the White House had asked them to. Mr. Schellenberger, I'll ask you to comment, if you will. I haven't heard any outcry or condemnation from the left about all this censorship from the Biden White House. I want all the censorship to stop. But what am I missing here?
You're not missing anything. I mean, look, the whole censorship industrial complex was created by Democrats. I mean, it's really quite disturbing and depressing when you think about it. I mean, I was raised on the radical left, and what we had in common with the liberal left was that we supported the Brandenburg ruling. We supported Skokie. We Democrats were supposed to believe in supporting allowing like Nazis to march through neighborhoods of Holocaust survivors. That's what the Supreme Court has upheld. That's how radical America's commitment to free speech is. So when I hear members of Congress complaining that people said something racist online and they weren't censored, I'm offended as an American by that. I mean, free speech is we do a lot of things badly in the United States. The one thing we do well and have done well for 250 years is protecting free speech. So when you see an entire political party get behind weaponizing government to put their main political rival in prison, create an elaborate censorship industrial complex, run lawfare, run information operations against their fellow Americans, it's very disturbing. And so I think that the fact that we're still talking about what happened, we should be talking about what happened. It was a woke reign of terror for the last 12 years where people were scared to say their mind in public, in private, and we had these elaborate governmental apparatuses in place to aggressively censor behind the scenes using law enforcement organizations to do it. So I think that the fact that we're all still a little upset about that and that we're very concerned about what the Europeans are doing, I think should be a little bit more understandable for those of us that were raised in the true liberal spirit of the left.
I appreciate that. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous
yields
consent. Mr. Chairman, a unanimous consent
Gentleman's
request.
recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Supreme Court's opinion in Murphy versus Missouri, especially footnote 4, which states that the factual findings about alleged government censorship on social media, quote,
Point of
appear
order.
to be
Doesn't the
clearly
document
erroneous.
just go in?
Without objection. The gentlewoman from Washington is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are many issues in this committee's jurisdiction that are top of mind for the American people, like the constitutional crisis that we face when the vice president suggests that we don't need to listen to the judicial branch, or when the administration takes repeated actions to undermine the Article 1 powers of Congress. Or how about if we use this hearing to take on the giant profiteering corporations that use monopolistic practices to raise prices and drive out competition? Remember when candidate Trump said that he was vowing to reduce prices on day one? Well, here we are, almost 1 month into the Trump presidency, and not only have Republicans done absolutely nothing to lower prices, but their policies are actually driving up prices, as today's financial data showed. But instead of dealing with that, we're here wasting time on repeatedly debunked accusations of censorship, even as the real censorship is happening right before our eyes. Donald Trump's assault on free speech rights through a series of executive orders that dictate terms of allowable expression and identities, demand political loyalty from all civil servants, and punish anyone who dissents. One of the executive orders requires federal government agencies to, quote, remove all statements, policies, regulations, forms, communications, or other internal and external messages that promote or otherwise inculcate gender ideology, and to cease issuing such statements, policies, regulations, forms, communications, or other messages. This executive order has now been used by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to send out guidance prohibiting the use of terms like gender, transgender, pregnant person, transsexual, and non-binary. Mr. Aaron, how does this lead to direct or indirect censorship of employees in their role as private citizens?
Well, I think it's very concerning, Congresswoman, the idea that in order to receive government funding to do scientific research, to provide healthcare, to provide community services, that you have to read from an approved list of words, or if you use one of the words that's on the banned list, you could lose your entire funding. You could have to fire your staff. You could have to get rid of essential programs simply to push, speaking of ideology, an ideological agenda. I think that's very, very worrisome and so unnecessarily cruel on top of it.
Transgender individuals constitute a small but important minority of the federal workforce. They serve in public health, economic, and national security positions alongside thousands of non-transgender coworkers. What impact, Mr. Aaron, does censorship of transgender employees have on the broader federal workforce and its ability to serve the American people?
Well, it forces government employees to essentially go into hiding, to have to hide who they are and what their identity is, to feel that they're being watched by their colleagues, to essentially ask their colleagues to erase their existence, whether that's from government websites or from the ability to simply meet with other people in the government who may share their identity. I think it's a massive overreach that's really an attack on all of us. It's an attack on all of us.
Another executive order directs the termination of all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the federal government. As a result, staff at the National Science Foundation have been combing through thousands of active science research projects alongside a list of keywords to determine whether or not those grants should be halted. These keywords include words and phrases like activism, equal opportunity, institutional, underrepresented, and get this one, women. Do these actions, Mr. Aaron, constrain academic freedom or the ability of researchers to freely express their views?
Well, it seems to be an insane way to decide what our scientific researchers or other researchers should be studying. The idea of cutting off funding via keyword as opposed to evaluating independent academic projects, as opposed to evaluating, is this a good cure for disease? Are we going to be able to research cancer? And the idea that that could be stymied or cut off because somebody used the wrong word, incredibly chilling.
The NSF funds about 25% of basic academic research in the United States, including critical research on medical devices, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence. What effect does mass censorship of NSF-funded research have on our ability as a country to advance scientific and technological development?
The scientists need to be in charge of the science. I think that's what it comes down to. The idea that we are making decisions about what our research priorities should be by inserting AI to look for keywords. AI can barely handle your airline reservations and get it right, or your searches online. So I think
Gentlewoman's
it's a
time
big
has
problem.
expired.
I thank the gentleman and I
Yield back.
Did you hear that about the activists? Censoring the activists, which is a lot of our 1A community, is being censored. I don't know if people realized it or understood it, but a lot of us are being censored, and a lot of the channels are being censored and taken down. Mellows, we are a half hour, a little less than a half hour. We're almost at 4-hour mark here. This has got another 2 hours to go. I'll drop the link in the channel so people can finish watching it. We have a BNC Records release coming, which is a new artist that is coming. We are going to premiere tonight on BNC at 9 o'clock, which is in less than a half hour.
Okay. So you want to wrap this up here? I'm going to see you guys in BNC chat in.
Hold on.
Okay.
Give it a couple more minutes because that way we hit the 4-hour mark.
Sure.
On our time. I just posted the link to the live that we were watching, so you guys can continue watching it. Of the censorship. Video. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more of these GOP. It's bipartisan committees. But
yeah.
Our rights as First Amendment have been taken from us and taken from a lot of 1A auditors. UK, you can go to jail for just sneezing wrong and putting it online. Germany is now sentencing. As they said, Germany needs to be on the list. So unfortunately, more and more countries are censoring what's being said and what's not being said. And I know Ukraine is blacked out all medias, and who else is blacked out all medias? So, I don't know what this committee hearing is going to do, just to prove that, yeah, we were all right, that we have been censored. It's basically, which we all knew. We all knew that they were censoring us, and we've known it for a long time. Mellows got taken down. His whole channel got taken down by censorship. His whole channel. And he's rebuilding due to the fact that he posted the truth online. I know I got suspended from Facebook numerous times. Numerous times I got suspended from Facebook. I think I was down to one of having my page taken down completely and being banned from Facebook. Just for posting the truth. So, But yeah, we've got to do something about it. But I don't think this committee's going to do anything. I really don't. After listening to 2.5 hours of it, I don't think they're going to do anything.
You're not going to do nothing, Mamabear.
No, it's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo talking.
Oh, they are going to do one thing, I reckon. They're going to bloody start a civil war. That's probably what they're going to do.
Yeah. So, but it's uncalled for. Totally uncalled for. All the censorship that has been going on is going on. It probably will continue going on. I know they said they were opening up the White House press conferences to YouTubers, and they had over 10,000 plus responded to it. I think numerous YouTubers all respond to it. And I see Rumble was at the meeting today. They actually let Rumble sit in one of the chairs. So I'm wondering if Rumble is going to the CEO for Rumble. Rumble is going to get a seat in the White House. So, but we are going to end. And I thank everybody for joining. Get your popcorn ready. Get your drinks ready. And meet us over at BNC Records. Because we have a premiere to drop.
Yeah, premiere is, when is that? In 18 minutes.
Yeah. So, and there's people already there. I just checked in on it. There's people already there. So we're going to end this stream and we'll get you over there on BNC Records. It's in chat. The channel. I posted it in everyone's channel. So join us over at BNC Records. Night, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
Jab up.
Good night, guys.
Oh, where's the outro video?
It's on their different brand. There you go.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.
War never changes.